Kak Tur, suara Jujuk kelihatan. Oh,
biarlah hidup ini kujalani penuh penderitaan. Anak, istri, ayah, ibu, dan semua saudara kandungku telah tiada. Kini aku tinggal sendiri. Pada siapa tempatku mengadu? Hari demi hari ku lalui bermandikan air mata. Saat-saat aku mengenang indahnya bersama anak tercinta. Aku ingin bertanya, tapi mereka telah tiada. Dibawa ombak tsunami entah kemana. Kini aku hanya bisa berdoa, semoga mereka mendapat surga. Nama kalian tak akan pudar di hati ayahmu sayang.
Saat fajar di ufuk mulai sirna, 26 Desember tahun 2004. Gempa dengan besaran skala 9,1 mengguncang tanah Aceh. Gempa tersebut meruntuhkan sebagian dasar laut dimulai dari ujung utara Pulau Simelu hingga 1.400 km ke arah Laut Andaman di sekitar Kepulauan Nicobar di utara Aceh. Peristiwa tersebut memicu gelombang tsunami yang sangat dahsyat. Gelombang tsunami tersebut menerjang pantai-pantai di Banda Aceh, Lukna, Calang, Melabu, hingga nun jauh ke Sri Lanka, India, dan bahkan pantai timur benua Afrika. Rupa bumi Aceh, bagai tercabik, sulit dikenali. Kampung berubah menjadi lautan, ratusan ribu jiwa melayang hanya dalam hitungan menit. Gelombang tsunami menyampaikan pesan yang teramat pahit bagi tanah ini. Semua masih membekas dan akan selalu terkenang selama hayat di kandung badan. Sejak hari itu, Aceh berjuang untuk bangkit, menyatukan serpih-serpih kehidupan yang luluh lantak di lamun gelombang tsunami yang maha dahsyat. Pulau Ujung Seden di kaki Gunung Gerute di Aceh Jaya ini dahulunya adalah daratan yang menyatu. Kini ia terpenggal oleh gerusan tsunami, menyisakan kehidupan nan sepi. Atau jembatan ini yang menjadi saksi bisu terjangan gelombang tsunami 10 tahun yang lalu. Ia masih tersisa, kendati kehidupan terus bergulir dan maju 10 tahun. Lihatlah kota Banda Aceh, bandar terbesar di Aceh, yang hari ini nyaris tak terlihat jejak gelombang 10 tahun. Kita bangkit. Aceh bangun dari keterpurukannya. Kita adalah manusia yang beruntung menyaksikan derap kota kehidupan ini bangkit kembali. 10 tahun telah berlalu. Kehidupan yang terputus telah terangkai kembali. Jalan ini adalah bukti tersambungnya kehidupan yang terpisah ratusan kilometer satu sama lain bertahun-tahun lalu. Adalah cinta dan kasih yang menyemangati bangsa ini untuk bangkit dan menegakkan kepala sekalipun mungkin ia tak sama lagi. Takkan pernah sama bagi seorang ayah yang kehilangan putra-putri kesayangannya.
Ikan anak lu malu kan? Ayah. Alunya pun lumpur ya. Ayah lu lumpur. Ang kilong kona malu. Yung kejadian sebenarnya lembaga. Bunuh adik ayah bapdung malu. Ayah bapdung adik bunuh. Adik kakul malu. Cikalang ampun nyampunanya. Kaji ke laut mula ni adik mak analim kan nek kabeh mandu kam meninggal lagu. Adik adanya loncok ji lendingku. Dompe lawat tegli dia. Adanya anak lon. Jadi dia nak dia lon. Dia tai ke memandang ji. Ayah ji dicium 5 tiga cium 5 meninggal di sana. Meninggal di sana. Adik kakak lengkap pasrah. Kam dengan lempai ia juji tenan, lempai anak lon, ayan loncok i lon lampu mana ji, nak ibak mon tenan.
Sanak saudara yang mungkin terkubur di sini adalah syuhada kita yang berkorban pada kehidupan yang Aceh miliki saat ini. Adakah mereka yang tercinta itu terkubur di tanah ini? Ataukah di tempat lain yang tak terpikirkan oleh kita yang masih hidup? Hanya Allah yang Maha Tahu. Atau atas perdamaian yang terajut setelah duka yang teramat dalam akibat tsunami. Aceh bangkit dalam 10 tahun ini. Ekonomi tumbuh dan kota berkembang. Pasar kembali riuh dan ramai. Para nelayan kita telah kembali melaut sekalipun ini adalah laut yang sama ketika tsunami itu terjadi. Ikan-ikan kembali memenuhi keranjang para nelayan kita. Grafik ini memperlihatkan pertumbuhan ekonomi Aceh setelah 10 tahun tsunami. Sesaat setelah tsunami terjadi, ekonomi kita melambat hingga ke paras negatif 10% dari waktu sebelumnya. Namun saat ini, ekonomi Aceh tumbuh secara stabil dalam kisaran positif 5% per tahun. Demikian pula halnya persentase penduduk miskin Aceh yang sempat mencapai hampir 29% setelah tsunami, turun secara meyakinkan hingga saat ini berkisar 17,6% dari total jumlah penduduk Aceh. Namun demikian, angka ini masih di atas rata-rata persentase kemiskinan secara nasional. Di sisi lain, penduduk kota juga kembali nyaris sama dengan jumlah penduduk sebelum bencana ini terjadi, seperti halnya kota Banda Aceh. Beberapa memilih menghuni wilayah yang sama, seperti kawasan Ujung Pancu di Aceh Besar dan kawasan Ulele di Banda Aceh. Mereka tentu memiliki alasan yang layak didengar.
Waktu kamu wo ditidih di barak, wo barak pun kamu evakuasi mayat, lu lembaga langapat tau mas gula. Ngetanya hana pedakut tahu kampung, karena awaknya bukan takut banyak lu. Lembaga lu modal je, hana wo yang mati, yang poh orang udip, yang nak orang udip dan orang mati. Melayu tengok tanya tahu, makanya mandu masyarakat, wo kamu sama-sama jalan kaki kena tip wo kamu. Dengan masyarakat yakin ada untuk kembali desa adanya tak bangun mengalun. Tanya hana hanjit taudip pindah yang tahu tanya hanjit taudip yang tahu lebih tanya mandu nelayan mengalun. Tanya nelayannya tanya prinsip di pancing ikan dapat uang.
Masyarakat Indonesia dan dunia, lembaga swadaya lokal dan nasional, lembaga-lembaga PBB, dan negara-negara lain telah dengan setia mendampingi Aceh melalui masa-masa sulit itu. Badan Rehabilitasi dan Rekonstruksi Aceh Nias adalah teman penting kita bangkit dari keterpurukan. Aceh tumbuh dengan kesadaran bahwa Allah mentakdirkan tanah Iskandar Muda ini ada di wilayah yang rawan bencana. Tetapi, apa yang harus kita lakukan?
Kita sebenarnya perlu melihat kepada fakta-fakta ilmiah yang ada. Dari kejadian-kejadian yang ada sudah dibuktikan bahwa di Aceh sudah terjadi beberapa kali tsunami sejak ribuan tahun yang lalu. Sehingga kalau kita melihat pada kenyataan tersebut, ada kemungkinan kemungkinan tsunami itu akan ada lagi, itu memang harus kita katakan sangat mungkin gitu ya. Namun kapan terjadinya itu yang barangkali tidak bisa kita tentukan. Tapi kalau melihat dari kondisi seperti tadi, letak geologis, kemudian fakta-fakta ilmiah yang ada, kemungkinan untuk tsunami kembali ada itu bisa kita katakan ada.
Sebuah penyelidikan yang dilakukan pada sebuah gua di kawasan pantai di Kecamatan Long, Kabupaten Aceh Besar, mengungkapkan bahwa terdapat sekurang-kurangnya 7 kali tsunami yang melanda Banda Aceh dan Aceh Besar sejak ribuan tahun yang lalu. Di antara peristiwa tsunami tersebut, terdapat rentang waktu yang cukup dekat, sekitar puluhan tahun saja, antara satu peristiwa tsunami dengan peristiwa tsunami yang lainnya. Adakah hikmah dari Allah ketika tanah ini ada di daerah bencana? Lalu, kemanakah cita-cita kita pada kota dan kehidupan ini akan kita bawa?
Aceh ini dan Banda Aceh khususnya menjadi kota yang rawan bencana, tentu semua itu adalah pilihan Allah. Dan saya merasa karena Allah sayang dan selalu senantiasa menguasai kita. Sehingga apabila Allah memberikan ujian dan cobaan, tentu Allah ingin kita selalu ingat kepada Allah SWT. Dan bisa jadi kalau Allah tidak menjadikan ini di era bencana, mungkin kita akan lupa dengan Allah SWT.
Kesiapan kita menghadapi bencana yang sewaktu-waktu terjadi adalah salah satu cara kita hidup bersahabat dengan bencana.
Ya, insya Allah semua itu kita harus dengan ilmu. Dan apa yang kita hadapi hari ini tentu masalahnya orang-orang tua kita terdahulu tidak meninggalkan cerita tentang terjadinya ibena, smog dan sebagainya. Tetapi hari ini ketika kita memberikan itu pembelajaran, peninggalan sejarah dan sebagainya, jejak dan itu semua akan membuat masyarakat akan lebih kuat dan akan siap menghadapi bencana. Walaupun memang yang namanya bencana tentu tidak bisa kita hindari, tetapi resiko dari bencana itu saya yakin dan percaya akan bisa lebih berkurang dibanding masa-masa sekarang.
Tsunami 10 tahun lalu adalah sejarah buruk kemanusiaan yang seharusnya cukup memberikan pelajaran bagi kita yang masih hidup. Kegetiran itu telah berlalu, dan saatnya kita menabur karya dan tak lupa memberi rupa pada harapan kehidupan ini. Lihatlah generasi muda ini. Beberapa syuhada mungil tsunami kita seharusnya sekarang sedang riang di bangku sekolah dan bermain bersama mereka. Namun Allah berkehendak lain. Allah lebih menyayangi mereka hingga dipanggil keharibaannya. Pelajaran tsunami ini tak boleh terputus pada generasi ini. Ia terlalu berharga untuk dilewatkan begitu saja. Anak-anak kita berhak tahu apa yang harus mereka lakukan jikalau tsunami lain menghampiri pantai dan kota-kota kita. Mendidik generasi yang tangguh pada bencana akan membentuk Aceh yang tangguh. Ajarkan mereka mengenali situasi kampung dan sekolahnya, agar mereka tahu kemana harus berlari dan berlindung, andaikan bencana ini datang kembali. Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Aceh adalah garda depan bagi Aceh yang tangguh.
Kita akan peringatan 10 tahun tsunami ini, saya pikir semua orang perlu mengambil hikmah nih. Saya pikir untuk mengurangi jumlah korban dan risiko bencana apabila bencana itu terjadi, saya pikir program kesiapsiagaan itu harus dikedepankan. Mengenai kebencanaan ini terkait dengan ilmu kesiapsiagaan menghadapi bencana, dijadikanlah sebagai kurikulum tambahan lah di sekolah-sekolah. Kalau di tingkat perguruan tinggi, saya pikir sudah ada jurusan yang menangani kebencanaan.
Adalah kewajiban kita semua untuk menyampaikan pengetahuan getir tsunami ini, agar kesalahan yang pernah kita lakukan dahulu tak terulang kembali di masa yang akan datang. Perjalanan Aceh setelah 10 tahun tsunami berlalu adalah pengembaraan hidup yang berharga, yang telah mengajarkan kita untuk menghargai kemanusiaan dan hidup ini lebih baik. Kita kenang dan kita kukuhkan pengalaman tersebut di sini saat ini. Agar Aceh masa depan adalah Aceh yang tangguh, Aceh yang dirahmati oleh Allah, Tuhan, pemilik segala kehidupan ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the webinar of commemorating 17 years of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami Mitigation and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goals. My name is Taslia Khaira, and I'll be your master of ceremony for this event. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for all His blessings and mercy with Surah Al-Fatihah. Al-Fatihah. Amin. Let us now begin the webinar. Honorable distinguished guest, Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal, Head of TDMRC, Universitas Syah Kuala, Associate Professor Samsidik, panelist, Dr. Prasanti Ranasinghe Lanka Hydraulic Institute, Sri Lanka, Marlene Murray, CEO of the Pacific Tsunami Museum, Hawaii, USA, Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali, Irides Tohoku University, Japan, Dr. Nat Lilawat Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Dr. Mahmud Riaz Geotech, Maldives, Associate Professor Anawat Supasri, Irides Tohoku University, Japan, moderators, Dr. Rina Suryani Oktari, Dr. Haikal Haridi, Azif Haridi, and all participants. We would like to thank you for the participation in the event today. Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to sit upright and sing the national Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much. This event is also being live streamed in our YouTube channel. For any comments and questions in the later agendas, we welcome all the questions through the chat box in Zoom meeting room as well as in the YouTube chat box. Next, as the host of this webinar, the chairperson will be delivering the report on 17 years of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami Commemoration webinar. Mrs. Juliana Pisaini, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Khaira. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all participants of this webinar. Alhamdulillah, all praises is due to Allah and blessing be upon Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the messenger. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the commemorating 17 years of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami webinar. This year, we took the theme Mitigation and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goals. This webinar is hosted by the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, TDMRC, Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia. Since its establishment, TDMRC has been very active in promoting and disseminating research on disaster risk reduction in Indonesia and around some disaster-prone countries in Asia. The event in commemorating the 2000 Indian Ocean Tsunami has been one of the annual events of TDMRC Universitas Syah Kuala. We believe that it will be a great opportunity to increase the awareness and understanding of disaster risk reduction for community and next generation. In today's webinar, we invited and present 7 respected panelists from 6 countries. First, Dr. Prasanti Ranasinghe from Lanka Hydraulic Institute, Sri Lanka. Second, Associate Professor Elizabeth Maui from IRIDES, Tohoku University, Japan. Ms. Marlene Murray, CEO of the Pacific Tsunami Museum, Hawaii, USA. Dr. Natli Lawat from Chulalongkorn from University, Thailand. Dr. Mahmud Riyad from Geotech, Maldives. Associate Professor Syamsidik, Director of TDMRC Universitas Syah Kuala, Indonesia, and Associate Professor Anawat Supastri from IRIDES, Tohoku University, Japan. The webinar will be divided into 2 panel sessions. The first session will be hosted by Dr. Rina Suryani Oktari, and the second panel session will be guided by Dr. Haikal Azif Haridi. Until yesterday, we received more than 250 participants from various countries and institutions registered for the webinar. Selected participants are attending via Zoom cloud meeting, while others attend the seminar by viewing live through TDMRC YouTube channel. In this opportunity, I would like to sincerely thank Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Samsul Rizal, TDMRC for hosting the event, the panelists for their willingness to present and share their works today, the committees for their hard work, and to the people whose I couldn't mention one by one of their great contributions and help so that this webinar could run smoothly. I hope all participants could enjoy the webinar and get insightful knowledge related to disaster risk reduction. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive report, Mrs. Pisaini. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the opening remark delivered by Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Samsul Rizal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. Salawat and salam may everlastingly be upon our adoration, great Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Syah Kuala, I would like to express my sincere
gratitude and welcome you to the webinar on commemorating 17th year of 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami, Mitigation and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goal. Let me significantly extend our warm welcome and appreciation to the panelists. Dr. Prasanti Rana Singhe from Lanka Hydraulic Institute, Sri Lanka, Associate Professor Elizabeth Meli from Irides, Tohoku University, Japan, Ms. Marlene Murray, CEO of the Pacific Tsunami Museum, Hawaii, USA, Dr. Nat Lee Lawat from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Dr. Mahmoud Riyadh from Geotech Maldives, Associate Professor Anawat Supasri from Irides, Tohoku University, Japan, Vice Rector, Universitas Syahkola, Head of Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Universitas Syahkola, Dr. Samsidik, representative of the media and news agencies, ladies and gentlemen, participants and committees of the webinar of commemorating 17th year of the 2004 Indian Tsunami Mitigation and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goal. I would like to thank all the panelists for accepting our invitation to share their experiences. I recognize that they have taken the time and made the extra effort to prepare the presentation, and for this I wish to convey my sincere thanks. In this December, we commemorate the 17th year of 2000 Indian Ocean Tsunami, which inspires the world disaster management paradigm. As retrospective view, in December 2004, the earthquake and tsunami killed more than 220,000 people. Particularly, our university lost at least 111 academic staff, 102 administrative staff members, and 1,426 students. We also encountered massive damage. The university's facilities, such as buildings, classrooms, laboratories, and other academic facilities, were severely devastated. One important lesson we have learned from this mega disaster is that we need to increase our knowledge capacity to face various disaster risks. Therefore, in a nutshell, it is safe to argue that technological advancement offer excellent opportunities to make our community more resilient to face any disaster in the future. We have also witnessed the important role of education and technology in serving our community and government agencies, especially in science-based disaster management. Long-term tsunami disaster recovery process is a complex and non-linear process. This has been observed in our case here in Aceh. The process always needs to be mentioned and be aligned with the goal of development itself. It is not easy to keep the recovery process to be a sustainable one. Community is always a center for the process. Although mitigation should be led by the government, it is always require collaboration and participants from the community at risk. Here, for accompanying the process, we have established Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center since 2006. With this, we aim to contribute back to the world after massive reconstruction and rehabilitation process following 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami. With TDMRC in place, we also would like to strengthen regional resilience toward disaster by providing a sufficient scientific and technological-based evidence. Therefore, to commemorate the 17th year of 2000 Indian tsunami. This webinar will be a good place to discuss what kind we provided further to community and to the world. Your contribution to discuss this matter are very much appreciated. Finally, my deepest gratitude goes to the advisory board and organizing committee who have contributed to make this webinar successful. Please accept our sincere apologies should some inconvenience occur before, during, and after this event. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the webinar and commemorating 17th year of 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami, Mitigation and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goal is officially open. I wish you are very productive, successful, and enjoyable webinar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor. With the end of the opening remark, the opening ceremony is over. Before we begin the main event, we will have a photo session first. To all participants, we would like for you to turn on the camera for the photo. We will take the photo now in 3, 2, 1. And then a second screen. And then the next screen. Okay. Now we will watch a short promotional video about TDMRC.
Sunday, 26th of December 2004, an earthquake with a scale of 9.1 moment magnitude, centered in the Indian Ocean about 70 kilometers from the east side of the Similu Island, triggered an extensive collapsing of the bottom of the sea. The earthquake vibration was felt by residents in several provinces in Sumatra and in some part of Malaysia. The earthquake lasted for about 10 minutes. This simulation demonstrated the spreading of tsunami waves from the source until reaching the land parts of the cities at Aceh coastal area, including Banda Aceh, the provincial capital and the largest city in Aceh. Residents who live around beaches affected by tsunami waves have to fight for their lives second by second between life and death. One of them were around the Ujung Pancu, district of Pekanbadak, Aceh Besar.
Masyarakatnya pada saat itu berduyun-duyun datang berlarian, berdesak-desak menuju pinggir ke gunung. Kemudian saya juga melihat bagaimana air yang datang membawa rumah sampai ke pinggir gunung dan rumah itu selamat seperti semula. Itu semua kejadian bisa saya lihat. Kemudian setelah itu, setelah air surut semua, saya kembali ke desa. Memang dari kejauhan di sana di gunung, saya bisa memantau bagaimana kejadian yang terjadi di desa ini.
Coastal area was massively eroded. Coastal line was greatly crushed due to the energy of the tsunami waves.
Sebenarnya yang tempat kita duduk ini sekarang, ini adalah kolam dulu. Semua tambak ikan. Dari sini sampai jauh ke sana kira-kira 500 meter sana itu tambak ikan semua. Bukan pantai seperti ini, tapi tambak ikan. Kemudian kalau kita mau menuju ke pantai yang kita duduk sekarang ini, yang jauh dari sana, kita kadang-kadang kalau air pasang, kita harus pakai sampan. Kalau tidak pakai sampan, harus masuk ke dalam air, artinya harus berenang ke sana kalau air pasang. Tapi kalau air surut, cuman segininya airnya.
The Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center at the University of Shah Kuala have successfully reconstructed the processes of coastal erosion that happen due to the tsunami waves effect. This animation is a numerical simulation that successfully demonstrates the processes of the Ujung Pancu beach erosion minutes by minutes due to the tsunami waves. This following graphics show comparison of the numerical simulation result with sea depth measurement around Ujung Pancu beach.
Bagaimana pantai di kawasan Pekanbadak, khususnya di kawasan Ujung Pancu ini, kemudian memulihkan dirinya sendiri dengan proses yang cukup alamiah. Contohnya beberapa kawasan garis pantai yang ada di kawasan Ujung Pancu ini, meskipun telah tererosi dengan cukup berat setelah peristiwa tsunami di tahun 2004, garis pantainya kemudian kembali lagi hampir menyerupai garis pantai sebelum terjadinya tsunami di tahun 2004. Tidak banyak pantai yang memiliki karakter seperti ini. Oleh karena itu, kami menganggap bahwa pantai Ujung Pancu di kawasan Pekanbadak ini memiliki daya tarik yang cukup berpotensi jika kemudian kita bisa dapat bagi dan kita dapat gali informasi-informasinya, sehingga bisa bermanfaat untuk mitigasi bencana tsunami di masa yang akan datang, dan juga dapat bermanfaat untuk menjamin proses pemulihan pantai yang terdampak akibat bencana tsunami, sehingga proses pemulihan itu bisa kemudian berkelanjutan dan juga berwawasan ekologis.
For 12 years following the tsunami of 2004, the beach has literally returned to its original form. This picture demonstrates how Ujung Pancu Beach has been recovering its coastal line from time to time, although it's not completely similar to the condition before 2004.
Today's agenda will be divided into two panel sessions. The first panel session will be conducted by 4 panelists and hosted by Dr. Rina Suryani Oktari. Meanwhile, the second session panel will be hosted by Dr. Haikal Azib Haridi with 3 the panelists. We will now begin the first panel session. Allow me to read the CV of the moderator. Dr. Rina Suryani Oktari is a lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine at Universitas Shah Kuala. She is also the coordinator for Disaster Education and Management Research Cluster at TDMRC. She is currently acting as Secretary of Indonesian Disaster Management Society. She earned her doctoral degree in disaster science from the Graduate School of Mathematics and Applied Science, Universitas Shah Kuala. She had familiarized herself with the disaster management field since she worked for Tsunami 2004 response and recovery in Aceh. She has more than 10 years of working experience in humanitarian and development issues, including Islamic relief, the United Nations, and the Australian government. To Dr. Okta, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Taslia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in the webinar on the commemorating 70th years of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami Mitigations and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goals. As we know that disaster risk reduction cuts across different aspects and sector of development. There are several targets related to disaster risk reductions in the Sustainable Development Goals and firmly establishing the role of disaster risk reductions as a core development strategy. So in the momentum of the 17th commemorations of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami, today's webinar we will discuss about the mitigation and preparedness strategy for sustainable development goals. And in these first sessions of today's webinar, we will have some outstanding speakers, including from Sri Lanka, US, Japan, and Indonesia. And before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. Today's session is being recorded and available live streaming at the TDMRC YouTube channel. And each speakers will have a total of 20 minutes for their presentations. We will hold most questions until the end of the sessions. And if you have any questions for the presenters, please use the chat feature in this Zoom platform. And I will then read questions for the presenters to answer at the Q&A sessions. Now, let's please welcome our first presenter, Dr. Prasanti Ranasinghe from Lanka Hydraulic Institute, Sri Lanka. Good morning, Dr. Prasanti.
Good morning.
Okay, but before that, I will read her CV. Yeah, Dr. Prasanti Ranasinghe is the engineering manager of the Lanka Hydraulic Institute, Sri Lanka. She obtained a PhD in coastal engineering from Tohoku University, Japan in 2013. And then master degree was obtained from the University of Morutawa, Sri Lanka in 2008, majoring in coastal engineering. She has involved her research focus on physical modeling and numerical modeling studies for coastal construction such as harbor, jetty, seawall, and breakwater. She also conducts studies on the Indian Ocean, tsunami hazard, and its preparedness for Sri Lanka. Today, she will present about the revisiting of tsunami preparedness measures in Sri Lanka. And without further ado, please join me to welcome Dr. Prasanti. Dr. Prasanti, time is yours.
Okay. Let me share my screen first. Hope you will see the screen. Yes. Thank you very much for the introduction and a very good morning to all. Thank you all for joining for this valuable seminar. My topic is the revisiting of tsunami preparedness measures in Sri Lanka. So in coming 20 minutes, I will explain about the total and overall damage in Sri Lanka due to 2004 tsunami, as well as the localized damage in selected cities. Next, preparedness of for the future tsunamis in Sri Lankan countries, and wind up with the conclusions. So, what has happened in 2004? The Indian Ocean region experienced its most devastating natural disaster through the action of tsunami, resulting from an earthquake occurred off the coast of Sumatra in 2004, December 26. This resulted in widespread damage to the property and the human life, with over 250,000 deaths in the region and millions rendered homeless. In Sri Lanka, over 35,000 people lost their lives, and more than 500,000 people lost their shelters. So in this figure, we can see most damages areas where lies in the east coast and the southern coast, Sri Lanka. When it comes to the number of houses damages in each district, altogether 14 districts lies along the coastal belt of Sri Lanka. Out of that, Ampara has the top rank when it comes to the total damages houses per district. It is more than 25,000 houses were damaged during the tsunami event. And overall in East Coast is most severely damaged in terms of the infrastructure. Then the number of deaths in the district, that also in the Ampara district, which is more than 10,000 people were died during the tsunami, as well as the Gold City and the Hambantota also recorded more than 4,000 death tolls, especially in Gold because of that very famous train incident. We have the higher number of casualties. In this figure, it is a kind of indication for the tsunami arrival time. In left-hand side figure, we can see in East Coast, tsunamis arrived somewhere around 8:30 early in the morning. But in southern coast, it is somewhere around 9:15, 25, like that. So even though we had enough time when it hit to the East Coast and the southern coast, we couldn't minimize the damage due to tsunami in the southern coast, because at that time we don't have much awareness of the such an incident like tsunami. So in these couple of slides, I will show you the damaged in each selected district and how it comes, how it look like now after reconstruction. So first one is the Gold City, which is in the southern coast, and Gold Bus Stand and the Gold International Stadium was away due to the tsunami, because both of them are located adjacent to the sea in one side and the bay in the other side. That's why the damage was too high. And now we can see how it looked like after the reconstruction. When we move towards the Colombo from the Gold, we have very familiar locations, Hikkadu, Parali and Telvathu, that is well known because of the train accident. And that was the largest single trail disaster in the world history by death toll, more than 1,700 casualties. So this figure shows some damages during after the tsunami, and now we can see beach is how beautiful, and it attracts many tourists to the Sri Lanka. And as well as many of the tsunami memorials are located in these areas. I will describe them in later. So when we move towards the East Coast from the Gold City, because I am focusing always as the Gold is famous than the other cities. So I am referring Gold City most of the time, so it is easy to understand to the audience. So when we move the goal towards the east from the goal, we can find the Yala National Park in Hambantota district. So in there are two major tourist hotels were damaged due to tsunami. It says that very large 3 waves hits the location, and 47 visitors were also killed due to the tsunami. Now they have prepared, they have construct the Tsunami Memorial National Park to commemorate those who were killed during the tsunami. This is the Batticlaw from the east coast. Most of the infrastructure were damaged due to tsunami, especially Kalkuda, Pasikuda beaches, as well as the Navaladi village and the Kalarubi bridge were some of them. So all of the, most of the infrastructure facilities were reconstructed after the tsunami with the help of national and international donations. And now it is very beautiful, and many tourists are visiting the place to have a wonderful sea bath in those beaches. And so actually, we can see that most of the infrastructures were reconstructed, and normal physical life of the affected people were back to normal nearly after 5 years from the event. But no one can predict what is the damage to the mental health of the people, and how they can recover from that mental effect done by the tsunami. So why we are still discussing the this kind of events, which is now 17 years back, what has happened in 70 years back. But it is vulnerable to Sri Lanka. Why is that? So Sri Lanka has a very narrow continental shelf. When we consider the mean distance between the coast and the 200-meter contour, it is been 20 kilometer in most of the location. And even it is reduced up to 5 kilometers in the southern coast. So this narrow continental shelf means Sri Lanka is extremely vulnerable to the action of tsunami, because the shoreline effect occurs over very short distance, and there is a negligible amount of energy dissipation due to this continental shelf. So that's why we need to focus on the preparedness for the future tsunamis, even though this is the very rare event to Sri Lanka. While focusing the preparedness measures in Sri Lanka, Disaster Management Center is playing the major role in that context. DMC was established in 2005 July as the executing agency of the National Council for Disaster Management. The main activities of the Disaster Management Center are research and development, mitigation, planning and preparedness, simulation of early warning for the vulnerable population, as well as the emergency response for the disasters, coordination of relief and post-disaster activities with collaboration with several agencies. So one of the main activities done by the DMC is early warning system. And as I explained earlier as well, Sri Lankan coastal belt lies through 14 districts. So to cover this 14 district, DMC has constructed 77 early warning towers along the coastal belt. And now we will see how this early warning system operates. So initially, meteorological department informed DMC when the earthquake or tsunamis occurred in the region which is interested to Sri Lanka. Then DMC is following the standard operational procedures prepared for tsunami. From that, according to that, when the message get from the meteorological department, Director General of DMC is confirm the message through the other sources and distribute to the tsunami towers. That is the centralized system. So from the head office of the DMC, convey the message to each towers around the country. So, and initially, tsunami towers distribute the warning when the tsunami or the earthquake is occur. Secondly, it will distribute the evacuation and the evacuation regarding the evacuation if necessary. These are few early warning towers located along the coastal belt. Other than that, the DMC is maintaining the disaster early warning network. Through that also, they are distribute the early warning to the public. One is the DIM app from we can download from both the Android and the iOS operating system. So as well as the SMS and the cell broadcasting, they are convey the message to the public and the key contacts. Other than that, DMC is properly maintaining and updating their social network like website, Facebook, as well as the YouTube channel to convey and update the update on the disasters, not only the tsunami, other disaster like floods, landslide as well. So they are properly updating and convey the message to the public. But just having the early warning is not sufficient to mitigate any kind of disaster, not only the tsunami. So people must know how to react when the early warning is issued. So in the case of tsunami, evacuation map is most important to the people to educate how they behave and where to go when the tsunami is occurred. So to prepare the evacuation map, we need to have the inundation data. We can obtain through the, if we have the past event, we can obtain through the measurement as well, or we can do in some kind of numerical modeling to predict the inundation. Based on that, we can identify the higher ground or the safe building to evacuate the people when the tsunamis occur. So in Sri Lanka, we have several evacuation maps along the coastal belt. So these are the few of them. One is for Gold City, one is from city in the Colombo district. So these are some tsunami signs which directs the people to the safe elevation. Other than that, even though we have the evacuation map and the early warning, people must know how to behave in the such incident is occur. Then evacuation drill and awareness programs is most important because normally anyone can panic when the actual disasters is occurred. So that is exactly happened in 2004. Most of the people don't know how to react when the tsunamis come. So that's why we need to have the evacuation drill prior to any disaster. Then people know how it will, how to behave in such kind of incident. Even though we can't control the damage 100%, we can do some reduction of the damage if we have actually participate for the evacuation drills and awareness programs. So DMC is continuously doing this evacuation drills since 2006 all along the coastal belt, covering all 14 districts, and not only for the public, they are focusing on the school children as well. So this slide shows some evacuation drills conducted for the general public, but this is some kind of evacuation drills and the awareness program conducted in the schools. So actually we need to convey the tsunami education and the experience to the younger generation as well, because this is a rare event. We don't know when it can occur again. So we need to transfer our knowledge to the younger generation. That's why the EMC is doing such a awareness program in the school level as well. So other than that, we need to remember the event, because if we forget the event, we may forget the damage as well. So we don't know how to react in the future events if tsunami occurs again. So in Sri Lanka, we are commemorating the 2004 tsunami event in each year. For now, we call that as National Safety Day rather than saying the tsunami commemoration. We call that as a National Safety Day. It gives some sense. We need to do something for the our safety. So main program will be held on Paralia Coal District, where the train accident was happened. And during that event, most of the religious activities are also conducted, considering different religions. And all ministries and the public institutes, as well as other government organizations, are requested to observe 2-minute silence from 9:25 a.m. To commemorate all who died during the tsunami and other disaster. These are some photographs taken past events which we done the National Safety Days in the parallel. In parallel to the World Tsunami Awareness Day, which is on 5th November, also DMC is doing several programs. They are mainly training the people who are engaging with the disaster mitigation in parallel to the Tsunami Awareness Day. These are some tsunami memorials. Most of them are located in affected areas, but we can see some of them are even located in the middle of the country as well. This is the one of the example, which is in Nuwara area in a hill country, but then that is also to commemorate the people who died in 2004 tsunami. And this is the parallel tsunami Honganchi Vihare. In there we can see the Buddha statue, and near to that we can see the tsunami, another tsunami memorial. Most of the time our national event is functioning there on the National Safety Day. Other than that, there are some tsunami museums to display the tsunami photos and some some kind of remains from the tsunami damage. There are 3 tsunami museums in and around the Parli and Telvat. Anyone can go and visit there to get some idea how big the damage was during the tsunami. Actually, I must say this is not so common, but in Sri Lanka, we have some kind of art creation as well based on the past tsunami event. We have films as well as songs. So one film is called Tsunami. It is based on the true story in 2004. And that film based on the true story about a war of love and a mother and the devoted mother who lost a child during the tsunami. Again, there are few songs as well, which were created just after the tsunami as well as the later on. So those creations are, some of them are motivational songs to influence the people to rebuild the nation and rise up with the damage by overcoming the damage due to the tsunami. So those art creation will never allow us to forget this devastated event. So
Dr. Prasanti, your time is 2 minutes left.
So let me conclude my presentation with this slide. As the conclusion, we can say that the lack of awareness of the tsunami event created devastating damage in Sri Lanka, even though it was a far-field tsunami to Sri Lanka. Therefore, the lesson learned from the event could be utilized to mitigate the damage due to the future tsunami. DMC in Sri Lanka, which was formed after 2004 tsunami, plays a major role in disaster mitigation. Several activities are being done in Sri Lanka to memorialize the event and share the knowledge even with the younger generations. Some of them are awareness programs and evacuation drills even in school levels. National Safety Day and Tsunami Memorials to commemorate the event. Art creation like song and films, which we can always remember the event and damage and to influence us to overcome this kind of the disaster damages. And as DMC is continuously conducting those awareness programs, now tsunami is no longer an unknown event for the Sri Lankan. So damage in the future tsunamis can be mitigated through that. And even this kind of lesson learned from the disaster event, as well as how we prepared for the future events, can utilize for other disasters like flood and the landslide, which are very common to Sri Lanka. So thank you very much. And finally, let me thank a few people from DMC as well as the Lanka Hydraulic Institute and other relevant websites which gave me the valuable information on the tsunami damage and the tsunami preparedness. If I make any mistake while I'm referring them, please apologize me, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanti, for the wonderful presentations. It is very interesting to hear from you about how the tsunami preparedness strategy in the Sri Lanka, including some coastal belts and then early warning towers and some evacuation strategy. And then very interesting to know the use of application and social media, including the disaster early warning network, and then also how the evacuation drills and some awareness programs conducted in Sri Lanka. And then also the most interesting thing is about the National Safety Day, which conducted every 26 December. Instead, mention it as a tsunami commemorations. Okay, thank you again for the excellent presentations, Dr. Prasanti. For the participant, if you have any questions for Dr. Prasanti, please add them in the chat and we will be able to answer some of them during the Q&A at the end of the sessions. Now, the next panelist is Mrs. Marlene Murray. Good morning.
Good morning.
And how are you?
Fine, thank you.
So, Mrs. Marlene Murray is Executive Director of Pacific Tsunami Museum in Hawaii. And please allow me to read her CV. Ms. Marlene Murray is the Executive Director of Pacific Tsunami Museum, Hawaii. She has held the position since June 2013. And prior to that, she was project manager and principal investigator for the Hawaii Tsunami Education Curriculum Program, a total of $1.8 million federal grant funded by the U.S. Department of Education's Native Hawaiian Grant Program. She has managed several projects from federal, state, and county grants for the museum, as well as managed the day-to-day operations. Prior to joining the museum, Murray was contracted by the County of Hawaii Planning Department to assist with the envisioned Downtown Hilo 2025 Community Visions and Action Plan. She also worked for several years in the travel industry, the Otani Kaimana Beach Hotel, and then Director of Sales and Destinations Hilo, and then the Administrative Assistant. Okay, today Mrs. Marlene will present about tsunami education, challenges and solutions. Without further ado, Mrs. Marlene, time is yours.
I did submit a video.
Oh, yes, yes.
Can we start by showing that video now?
Sure, sure.
In 1994, the founders of the Pacific Tsunami Museum determined that the community needed a place to collect stories, photos, and share experiences of tsunami. The lessons learned would help to prevent future disaster the next time a tsunami strikes. A mission statement was then developed. Through education and awareness, we believe that no one should die due to a tsunami. The museum opened in its current location in 1998 and has amassed a collection of over 5,000 images and over 600 tsunami survivor interviews from Hawaii, Alaska, Indonesia, Thailand, India, Sri Lanka, the Maldives, Samoa, and other countries. Here's a quick tour of the museum. Your tour starts with a model of Hilo, which depicts how the town used to look prior to the 1946 tsunami, which devastated the island and shaped its future development. The Story of Hilo exhibit provides many interesting facts about the history of the island and takes you from the 1700s up to the 1946 tsunami. There are stories of devastation, tragedy, courageous rescues, and recovery. The last devastating tsunami to strike Hawaii was the 1960 tsunami generated by a 9.5 magnitude earthquake in Chile. This exhibit features many survivor stories and demonstrates the resiliency of the community as they worked hard to rebuild using the lessons they learned from the tragedy. The Local Tsunamis exhibit emphasizes knowing the warning signs of tsunamis and knowing what to do, since unlike distant tsunamis, there may only be a few minutes to take action and to get to safety. The Amazing Rescues exhibit features 3 incredible rescue stories which occurred at Lapahoehoe Point, where 24 students and teachers lost their lives in the 1946 tsunami. The science room teaches visitors about what generates tsunamis, the warning signs, the warning system, and research. It even features an earthquake simulation where the user decides whether to issue a tsunami warning. The interactive wave tank is one of the most popular exhibits. The Indian Ocean Tsunami of 2004 exhibit features many heartbreaking stories where visitors are often seen crying as they watch the powerful videos that tell stories of amazing survival and tragic loss. The Tsunamis in Japan exhibit features major tsunamis to have impacted Japan, with most of the emphasis on the 2011 Great Eastern Earthquake and Tsunami. The newly refurbished exhibit also includes lessons learned from the tragic event and information on recovery and memorialization. A 25-minute video is shown throughout the day to further enhance the visitor experience and to reinforce the important information we hope they will have learned from their visit to the museum. The goals of the Pacific Tsunami Museum are to prevent loss of life from tsunami events by promoting tsunami education and awareness, as well as to preserve the social and cultural history of Hawaii. The museum also serves as a living memorial to those who have lost their lives in past tsunami events. The museum continually works to update and improve its exhibits and strives to provide the human stories combined with the scientific explanation. The museum has been closed since March 2020 due to the pandemic, but we've still been hard at work. One of our projects has been refurbishing the Tsunamis in Japan exhibit, where we work together with the International Research Institute of Disaster Science at Tohoku University to develop much of the content. We also received assistance from Inamura Nohi Yakata Tsunami Education Center. Since Hawaii Island is home to many other hazards, we've also added a natural hazards exhibit, which includes hurricanes, flooding, earthquakes, and volcanic activity. A popular local artist created this wave wall, which depicts 5 of the largest tsunamis to impact Hawaii in recent history. The deadly waves caused loss of life in all of the major Hawaiian islands. As part of our outreach goals, we have also developed tsunami signage for Hawaii Island. These informative signs are strategically placed in areas that have been impacted by tsunamis and is frequented by residents and visitors. They include photos and survivor stories, as well as important tsunami facts and warning signs. We are currently working on signage for the island of Kauai, with the goal of developing signs for all of the major Hawaiian islands. Mahalo for visiting the Pacific Tsunami Museum.
Well, aloha from Hawaii again. Usually I can say aloha from sunny Hawaii, but it's storming outside. But it's a real honor and pleasure to be here participating in this symposium today. You've seen the video, so you see what our museum looks like, and you've learned a little bit about what we do. I wanted to add, though, that you had a little glimpse of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami exhibit. Well, we're going to be renovating that exhibit in 2022. I believe the existing exhibit was installed about a year after the event. So, there's absolutely a lot of new information and and we want the most current information, of course, in our exhibit. I can tell that from this symposium, I'm going to be learning a lot that I can hopefully use to add to our exhibit. I've gotten a lot of information. I was taking notes when Prasanthi was speaking. Very interesting, very good information that we want to include in our museum. So we'll definitely be working on that in 2022. But I wanted to spend the remainder of my time. I'm sorry, I don't actually have a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm just going to speak to you. But I wanted to talk about, give you a little bit more information about what our museum does to further our goal of promoting tsunami education and awareness to save lives. And specifically some of the challenges that we face and how we kind of work to overcome them. I'm interested to hear about how much effort is needed to remind people in your various countries and communities about how a tsunami is an ever-present reality and a danger that always exists. Because here in Hawaii, it's a constant challenge to remind people. And the reason for that is that the last major tsunami that caused major devastation and loss of life happened over 60 years ago. So people have definitely become complacent, and they feel like it's something that happened so long ago that it's not going to happen again. We do have occasional tsunami warnings, and we get about maybe one a year on average. But then when they ultimately get canceled, or if a tsunami comes and it's only a few inches, people start to expect that future tsunamis will always be really small, or nothing's going to happen. So they may not take the warning seriously, and they may not take precautions. And as you know, Hawaii is a very popular tourist destination. So the thousands of visitors that arrive in our islands on a daily basis, they need to be educated about tsunamis. They often come from places that isn't anywhere near an ocean, and they have no idea what to do. And one of our challenges is that we've encountered some hesitancy by tourist officials to share tsunami information because they don't want to scare the visitors away. We have had some people who have visited the museum and learned about tsunamis, and then they become very concerned because they're staying at a hotel right on the beach. And we try to reassure them that they don't need to be scared. They just need to be prepared and to know what to do if there's a tsunami warning, or in the case of a local tsunami, to know what to do if they experience a major earthquake. A further challenge that we have is that our visitors are made up of only 10% locals. So these are the people who really need to learn about tsunamis, because we live in an island state, surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, surrounded by the Pacific Ring of Fire. So they need to learn, they need to be able to recognize the warning signs and know what to do to potentially save their lives or the lives of others. So some of the things that we do to spread awareness is we participate annually in Tsunami Awareness Month, which is the month of April in Hawaii. And because of COVID, we haven't been able to do too much in the last couple of years, mostly social media posts and Zoom webinars such as this. But things that we've done in the past, and we hopefully will be able to do again in 2022, are things like Meet the Experts Day. We bring in scientists, representatives from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, emergency management officials, and even some tsunami survivors. And they make presentations throughout the day, and it's a very well attended event. We also have Children's Day, where we feature engaging activities such as songs and stories and hands-on activities like creating a tsunami wave. And so they have fun, but they're still learning about tsunami. And because their parents brought them, the parents are also learning too. Some years we have story festivals, poster contests, essay contests. We also have many open houses or free admission or reduced admission to encourage more people to come to the museum. We speak at many community events. There are many organizations that are always looking for speakers, so we gladly volunteer to go and give a tsunami presentation. We participate in disaster preparedness fairs and ocean awareness events. We take every opportunity to spread our message. And I really enjoy these community events because people will often come up to me and start sharing their tsunami story. And sometimes it's something they experienced as a child, or sometimes it's a story that was handed down from an older relative. But most of the time they just want to share their story, and but they're not willing to come to the museum to be recorded, which we would like them to. So sometimes I just listen and I learn and I'll take some notes, but occasionally we are able to convince them to come to the museum to be interviewed, and then we will add it to our archives collection.
Sorry, Miss Marlene, your time is 2 minutes again.
Okay. Let's see. We have business after hour events at the museum. We provide food and drink and have educational games that kind of forces them to learn about tsunamis, because our games have prizes for the winners. And then we send them home with a bag of goodies, which includes lots of educational materials. We also make use of the media and participate in radio and television interviews whenever we can. We have a good relationship with our local newspaper, who's always willing to publish stories and photos for us. I want to tell you one more thing about school groups. Before COVID, we had a lot of school groups that would come into the museum, but museum's still closed. And although we hope to open in January of next year, but we'll see what happens with Omicron. But we think even when we do reopen, we're still not going to get a lot of school groups. And so we're looking at developing content that we can put on our website that teachers will be able to access. Then I'm going to skip some of this and just tell you that in conclusion, I think we all need to continue working hard. We can't let the pandemic stop us and doing our very important work of spreading tsunami information. We all have a very important mission and message, and all of the experts and scientists agree that it's not a matter of if, but when the next tsunami will strike. And this is why we at the Pacific Tsunami Museum, and probably everyone on this panel, this is why we do what we do, which is try to prevent or at least mitigate future tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marlene, for the very insightful sharing, especially the video. This is very interesting. The Tsunami Museum has the interactive wave time in the museum, which is, of course, we'll interact the students, especially, and then the wave wall. This is very interesting. Thank you very much again. And on this opportunity, I would like also to thank all the panelists for their willingness to share their knowledge and experience despite the time differences. We have panelists from US, maybe it's night or afternoon there.
It's
And
5 o'clock. It's almost 5 o'clock in the
5 o'clock.
afternoon.
Yeah, and then from Japan and from Sri Lanka. Again, thank you very much for your time. And we'll go to our next panelist, which is Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali. Good morning. Hi. Hello. Yeah, Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali is from Irides Tohoku University, Japan. So please let me introduce Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali. Is an associate professor at the International Research Institute of Disaster Science at Tohoku University in Sendai, Japan. Yeah, so she's coming. With the theme of people-centered housing recovery, her research interests are community-based housing recovery and provisions methods of transitional and permanent housing within the reconstruction process, including policy, process, and housing form that support successful life recovery for disaster-affected people. Past and current research focus on the experiences of people affected by disaster and the roles of government and NGOs in the process of housing reconstructions and resettlement after disaster in the US, Indonesia, Philippines, and Japan. So today, Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali will present about sharing stories of disaster and recovery across the Pacific Oceans. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali to present for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, but only a partial. I couldn't see the whole. Okay.
Oh, now.
Now it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to join you. It's really my honor to take part and to, together with you friends from TDMRC and the other distinguished panelists and moderators and organizers of this event. So as you kindly introduced, my background is, I'm from the United States originally, now in Japan, and my background is in architecture and housing recovery as a researcher. But today, as part of this panel, I want to talk about the stories of disaster and how we can share the stories for disaster mitigation and preparedness. And let's see. So today I want to talk about some different cases and different stories from Japan and the United States, Hawaii and the mainland, and also I'm showing where we are today in for those of us who are TDMRC friends in Aceh in Indonesia. So the topics that I want to talk about today and the events are shown in this slide, including some older events from the past and also current collaboration. So first of all, I want to show you this picture. This is the painting from Japan from over 100 years ago. And in the past, people in Japan believed that the earthquake is caused by a catfish who's living deep in the ground. And when the catfish is shaking their tail, that is what's causing the earthquake. So this picture is actually showing the people trying to keep the catfish, stop the catfish from moving as a way to stop the earthquake from happening. So of course, this is not how we think about disaster preparation and what the actions that we take today, but I think it's very interesting to think about how people, even a long time ago, of course, they experienced the earthquake, they have a memory of the earthquake, and it's part of their culture. And this is actually a way of telling the story. So even if the stopping the catfish is not an effective disaster prevention technique, it helps us remember this is a disaster that could happen, and that's the first step in order to take some action to prevent the damage. So we also, this is from the North America in the Pacific Northwest area. There's also some traditional stories in many indigenous tribes and groups of people who are living in that land, there's actually many different stories telling about earthquakes and also about tsunamis. And one of them is the story of the thunderbird and the whale, who had they're the water and the wind, and they had a fight. And the story of that fight is actually telling the story of what happens when the earth is, when a large earthquake happens and tsunami is caused. And actually the stories are a little bit different, but many of the different tribes and peoples in this area have kind of similar stories of a way of explaining what happened that they actually experienced hundreds of years ago. And they did not write the stories down, but they told them only through the oral tradition. So actually we know in 1700, there was a earthquake and tsunami. We call it the orphan tsunami because in Japan, there's no earthquake. No one felt an earthquake, but suddenly the tsunami came. And so it's quite kind of mystery for a while. But then the scientists could investigate and find the records of the soils and deposits and the scientific aspect that is recording the impact of the tsunami. And also they could check that against the records of the description of the people living in Japan. So this is an example of how the different kinds of information can be combined to get the synthetic knowledge about the tsunami. But actually these stories of the indigenous people and the whale and the thunderbird are also describing the same event that we know now after we go back and look at it. So it's kind of combining the knowledge of different fields and different types of knowledge. So another example, and Marlene already explained a little bit about this one, I think, is as part of the exhibit in the Pacific Tsunami Museum, but this became a very famous story of disaster mitigation from Japan. And in 1854, we now call the Ansei Tokai tsunami. At that time, there was a local man who, this story it includes some facts, but it also includes some fictionalization. So it's not exactly happening like this, but the story actually became even stronger than the reality. So the story is that, but of course he's a real person and most of the events really happened, but the story is kind of more maybe dramatized. So he was a local village chief, Goryo Hamaguchi, and our earthquake happened and the tsunami is coming. And he realized the tsunami is coming, but he didn't know how to warn the people. So what he did was his house was on the hill. And so he burned his rice. He had his rice harvest is there. And so he put a fire and he burned his rice harvest. And so knowing that the people would come to put out the fire. And so because they thought they were saving him from the fire, actually they saved their life because they ran away from the ocean. And then after that, he also hired the local people to build an embankment to protect against the future tsunami. And that actually was effective in the more recent tsunami. So, and now in his hometown, there's a museum and archive that tells his story. And this story became a main part of disaster education for children in Japan for the last maybe 50 years ago. And also the story has been disseminated in other languages. So if you look up Inamura no Hi online, you can find in Indonesian language and other language as well. So it became very famous story. So one more, sorry, it's not about tsunami, but another case from the United States. In 1906, we had a big earthquake in San Francisco. And at that time, San Francisco was a town made of wooden buildings. So the earthquake damage, more than earthquake damage, actually there was a big fire damage. And basically the whole town was burning for 3 days and the damage was very severe. And part of the recovery of after that fire and earthquake was that the local committee that's managing the recovery provided a small temporary house for the survivors and the victims. And it's a little wooden house. And it's very typical way of building housing at that time. So over time, the houses are remodeled and changed and expanded and replaced. And everybody kind of forgot about this disaster house, this recovery house or earthquake shack, as we call it. And then in the photo, you can see the little yellow house. So there was one woman in 1980, she's renting this house. And then her neighbor told her, your house is an earthquake shack. And she said, what are you talking about? Of course, she had no idea, but she became very interested in that, finding out what that story was. So she started doing research, and then the story became kind of picked up by local organization and local media. And then some preservation efforts were undertaken to find and restore the shack. So the green one, the little greenhouse, is the shack. It's preserved the way it was, the way it would have been 100 years ago. And then now, some of those shacks, they were exhibited as part of the 100-year anniversary of the event. And then some of them were moved to different museum and became kind of an exhibit and children's museum, and one is in the zoo, and they have an explanation about the disaster. And so I think it's really powerful way of remembering and reminding what could happen, because it's really very real. You can walk inside, you can feel this is a house, this is how people lived in the earthquake. So it kind of reminds us that earthquake can happen, and this is what it's like for the disaster and also for the recovery. A different way of telling stories we have in Japan called kamishibai, which is it means a paper play. So instead of a book that you read page by page, each story is on one piece of paper, and then it is moved forward one page at a time. And the picture on the left side is a local woman. She passed away a few years ago, already in her 90s. And she was living in the town of Taro in the northern part of Tohoku. And she made this kind of picture play telling about what is tsunami. The character on the book says tsunami. And one of the motivations, as I understand, is that many children came to the town in the summertime, and they didn't grow up there. So they don't know about what is the danger and what is the water. Similar to Marlene was talking about how in Hawaii, there's many visitors who are not familiar with the local risk. And so she was doing this paper play to tell the children about the story. And actually, since the 2011 tsunami, we have many examples of the stories and for kids and picture books and different kinds of activities, but this is one example of something that's been happening quite a long time. And then the picture on the right, I think you already have had some experience. This was from Jakarta. There was some event several years ago also sharing the kamishibai technology, traditional practice. So I think already it's been localized into Indonesia, and with some maybe local music and local story. So it's another kind of storytelling. So finally, finally, I want to talk a little bit about our collaboration that we've been working together with Marlene at the Pacific Tsunami Museum. This is a picture from a couple years ago where we were the really fortunate guests. That was back when we could take students and visit different places and learn from our friends there. So we were visiting the museum, and then in the lower photo in the center, we had really the great opportunity to hear from a local resident and storyteller who was also a Japanese American descent. So he could tell us really interesting and stories about what happened at the time of the tsunami in Hilo in Hawaii. And we could learn from the museum exhibit, and also the reality of hearing the story in the real place and what happened at that time. We really enjoyed very much. And then more recently, Marlene already explained it very much better than me with her beautiful video and presentation, but we've had the opportunity to work together with her and with other colleagues at EDDIS, especially Assistant Professor Yulia Gerster and Associate Professor Shibayama in our archive section, and other support from other folks, including Professor Ebina, who's doing the historical research about these stone rubbings. So we try to help gather some information about the historical records of tsunamis in Japan and also the experiences after 2011, and to contribute to that exhibit today, which I cannot wait, that exhibit in Hawaii, which I cannot wait till someday we hopefully get to visit in person. So yeah, but we really tried to focus on not only the events, but also telling the stories in different ways, people's oral stories and memorials, and so many different ways. So I think I might not be over time. And so in conclusion, I just have a couple points. I think the rediscovering the old stories can really help us imagine disasters. So especially going back to ancestors or history or something beyond our own memories I think has a really strong power, whether it's the story of the thunderbird and the whale or the catfish, or in Indonesia, you have the story of smong, and you have the knowledge that we maybe forget in the contemporary time. And I think in Hawaii also there's some story about tsunami, a princess warning the warning about this, a princess from under the sea warning the people about a tsunami. So I think we need to be able to imagine the disaster in order to prepare for the disaster. So the story is not the end. We still need to do the training and have the safety day like in Sri Lanka and have the different outreach, and it's all very important. But maybe the first point is we need to imagine the disaster. And I think human beings need stories in order to do that. Of course, it's also a great opportunity to collaborate with the different kinds of experts and resources, and we need to work together with the scientists to find out the facts and the science, and then the historians and also the educators how to tell the message, and of course the storytellers themselves. Maybe we can all be storytellers, but especially the people who have their own experience is very powerful. And I think we start to really pay attention to stories at the time of the disaster. In the case of tsunami in Japan in 2011, suddenly everybody is talking about these kind of traditional principles, and we have this, remembering, this shrine, the shrines were built at a high place and the shrines were safe and people in the past were so wise, and we have all of these markers that talk about tsunamis, and we have this traditional, we call tsunami tendenko, like a traditional culture of evacuating. And suddenly we're talking about all of those things, but we hadn't talked about them before at all. So I think, and maybe it's a little bit similar in Indonesia. You have, I think the story of the smong is after the tsunami, suddenly so much focus on that, but maybe it's not really socialized widely before. So in a way, I think the time of the disaster is an opportunity to catch that focus and that attention on the stories. And then at the same time, we're trying to record the stories for the future. And so when we think about what's going to be remembered, what's going to be conveyed to the next generation or the next generation, maybe we can get some hint about the stories that really strike us might be the ones that also can go on. So I think finally, it's really, it's fun, it's interesting to share the stories from Indonesia with Japan, from Japan to Hawaii, from Hawaii to the mainland. So I think it's really a great opportunity. So that is the end of my presentation, and I can stop sharing. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very nice presentations, Liz. Yeah, this is very interesting to know the old stories, which is help us to describe the disasters, including how we can see the pictures of the people try to stop the catfish, and then the pictures of thunderbird and whale fight, and then the very famous Inamunanohi, which also triggered the World Tsunami Awareness Day, and then also the Tsunami Tenenko. And yeah, I think we should maintain this old story in order to raise our preparedness for future disasters, and also to ensure that the next generations will know about these stories. Okay, finally, our last panelist in this first panel, the one and only man. Please welcome Associate Professor Shamsidik. Good morning.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Yeah. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Associate Professor Shamsidik from Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Universitas Syah Kuala. And please allow me to read his profile. Associate Professor Shamsidik is an associate professor at the Civil Engineering Department, majoring in Coastal Engineering. He holds doctoral degree from Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan, and master degree from the University of Science, Malaysia, majoring in coastal environmental modeling. His research focus are coastal engineering, numerical modeling for the coastal area, tsunami modeling, and disaster preparedness. He has been involved in a number of regional research activities, such as strengthening resilience of coastal and small islands community toward hydrometeorological hazard, and impact of climate change, or STRESSCOM, funded by the UNESCO and Japan Fund in Trust Partnership of Enhanced, and also Partnership of Enhanced Engagement in Research, or PEER, sponsored by the USAID National Academies of Science, Engineering and Medicine of United States, Cycle 3 and 5. At the moment, Associate Professor Shamsidik leads the Super-Rizka project, which is funded by the LPDP, financed by the Ministry of Finance Indonesia. And currently, he being appointed as the Director of Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Universitas Syah Kuala. And today, Associate Professor Shamsidik will present on the connecting mitigation measures to local context in Aceh, a perspective from a long-term tsunami recovery. Okay, without further ado, please join me to welcome Associate Professor Shamsidik. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, afternoon, depending where you are right now. So since I believe that there are a number of colleagues joining this meeting from overseas, from Hawaii and other places, Sri Lanka and also Thailand and Maldives. Thank you so much for giving me the chance. So as introduced by Dr. Okta, that I'm going to discuss about how we connect mitigation measures to our local context here in Aceh. So these kind of perspective, also a long-term tsunami recovery process here in Aceh in general. Let me show slide first. Okay, right. So today is actually also to commemorate the 3rd years of the 2018 Mount Anak Krakatau tsunami. So in 2018, December 22nd at night, there was also a giant tsunami generated by a Mount Anak Krakatau complex that been erupted for several months. And then that also create another interesting issues from the perspective of a tsunami preparedness. Not to mention about the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, we also have a series of reconstruction process after the event that changed a lot of things here in Aceh. I believe that in perspective of science or even disaster management in general, we also been shifted in what we are right now, motivated also by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Just to review that, there was a massive reconstruction process led by Aceh, NIAS Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Agency, or we call it BRR in short. It actually started in April 2005, and it was ended in 2009, also in April. So we called it as the first period of the recovery process. And it was led by the agency, and we consider that as a central government agency that monitored and also coordinate the recovery process. After the first period, most of the recovery process then continued by local government and also local organization here in Aceh. So we conducted several assessments to monitor and also to have some clues what have been going on during this long-term recovery process, to give some information about lesson learned or even lesson not learned during this long-term process. So my presentation today will discuss about three things in general. One is lesson learned and lesson not learned during the recovery process. And also we'll discuss about the community preparedness in Aceh. And then lastly, we'll talk about how we can suit the mitigation measures that we learned from the textbook or even from a more developed countries, and when we look into the context of Aceh here as part of the developing countries. So there are actually a number of monitoring process or assessment, if I can call it assessment, conducted by MDF UNDP by the end of the BRR or the first period of recovery process at the end of 2009. And then there was also another report also composed by UNDP. At that time, TDMRC collaborated with UNDP to do the assessment and provide the assessment report. And then we also conducted another tsunami recovery report, and that was to commemorate the 10th year of Aceh tsunami recovery, and it was also supported by Aceh Provincial Disaster Management Agency, or BPDA. And the last assessment we conducted in 2019, it was to commemorate the 15 years of the Aceh tsunami recovery process. Now we are entering 17 years. So another 3 years, we will do the same thing to evaluate and to monitor the outcome or the impacts of the long-term recovery process here in Aceh. We found that there are during those spaces, we identify a number of key findings from the aspects of mitigation, preparedness, institutional change, and also we hint some success factors. During the first period of the recovery process, there were lots of activities conducted by international and national agencies, as you also probably aware. During that period, many international agencies like UNDP, almost all the UN related agencies were here between that period. So the success factor during that period, because large of international and international donors were involved in that first period. So there were some opportunities to change the life of the people, even to change the landscape of the tsunami affected areas. In the first year of the recovery process, there was also a discussion how to manage the landscape of the tsunami affected area by deserting or emptying about 500 meters from coastline and to be allocated for coastal forests or other types of measures. But actually it's failed because many survivors did not want their land to be changed as coastal forests. They don't want to be relocated somewhere else. So because they depend very much onto the ocean, most of them were fishermen. So not 100% were failed. There are also some villages were successfully relocated to other places. But we also identify, even with that relocation process, there are also still other issues, for example, like public facilities and access to like a health facility or educational facility and other things. And it's still a problem even until now. And in the second phase of the tsunami recovery process, we have our first disaster risk maps that include also tsunami risk map in that. And we also introduced a school disaster preparedness program. And during this second period, more academia or scientists were involved in producing policies or products that can be used for increasing tsunami preparedness in Aceh. One of them by also establishing a number of research centers. Even TDMRC was established in 2006, but we engaged more during this second period of the tsunami recovery process. So TDMRC was also part of the second phase of tsunami recovery process. And the third phase of the tsunami recovery process here between 2012 until 2014, more districts established their own disaster management agency. Almost 100% of the tsunami affected districts established their own disaster management agency. And then in provincial level, we have our first Aceh disaster management plan. And there were also stronger collaboration between national and international partners during this third period of the recovery process. And in terms of the spatial planning, if we look into the documents of the spatial planning of the tsunami affected district, almost all of them contain about how to control a population at the tsunami affected area. And then they also indicate designated road or shelters for tsunami evacuation. Only one district, which actually Simelu district, who does not mention a designated evacuation route or shelters in detail in the document, but others actually quite good in providing such regulation in this spatial planning. And then the second part, that we also can conduct a questionnaire survey aiming at measuring the community preparedness. So we measure 900 individuals, 116 schools, and 65 puskesmas or health clinic actually, around 9 districts. So those districts were severely affected by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. And we found that the tsunami indices, all those 9 districts, a good level. So between 60 to 75% tsunami preparedness level from all those districts. But this is actually an accumulated value of the tsunami preparedness indices. But when we look into each of the groups, we notice that the tsunami preparedness level for the school is the lowest compared to the other two groups. So in this graph, if you could notice that the level of the school is the lowest compared to the other two groups, individual and the clinics. And then if we look into individual, at every district that we survey, again, we found that the individual tsunami preparedness in those 9 districts that we survey almost at the same level, at the good level, between 70, maybe 65 or until 80. Even some of them reach very good level, more than 90% of tsunami preparedness indices. And then for Puskesmas or health clinic, it's quite varied from one to another district. Here we found that Aceh Besar, which is actually very close to Banda Aceh, it has the lowest tsunami preparedness index compared to other districts that we survey from the group of Puskesmas or health clinic. This Aceh Besar district is a quite big district. So one health clinic serves a very large area of service area. So that's why they cannot, deal with more than what they are supposed to do it routinely, like servicing a community health problem, not to engage with such a tsunami issue or other disasters issue. So that's why they have the lowest one compared to others. And at the school, this is one of the most concerned one that we found during the 15 years assessment that we did in 2019. As you could see in these figures, and you compare with the two other groups, this tell us about how the variation between among the schools that we survey quite big. And the lowest one was at PD district and Sabang district. The best one was found in Banda Aceh, which actually the capital city of Aceh province. One of the reasons because many school preparedness programs were conducted in Banda Aceh and West Aceh district. So you could notice this is the Banda Aceh, and the other one, the other end is for West Aceh. So they have the best tsunami preparedness index for schools. But PD and then Sabah, so at that time they didn't have any significant project to work with the school preparedness. So that's why they have very low tsunami preparedness. Second one about the mitigation. So I would like to highlight about the escape building here. This is a bit different to what presented by previous panelists. Sorry, I made a mistake about this one. So actually, there are 3 types of tsunami escape building that we constructed in Aceh since 2005. So the first one is type A. Type A is a buildings that were built for only as escape buildings. Actually, like a single build built for escape buildings and also for other purposes. And type C is buildings that were actually not aimed for escape building initially, but then modify or change or being strengthened so it can facilitate as an escape building too. So now the question is which type is the most suitable for our local context in Aceh. So what we observe, before we answer that question, this is the type A of tsunami escape building. So the left-hand side figures is escape building here in Banda Aceh, and another one is escape building. Actually, this is not in Aceh. This is in Labuan in Banten, one of the provinces that was severely damaged because of the 2018 Mount Anak Krakatau tsunami 3 years ago. So these two figures are for type A tsunami escape building. It's only for tsunami escape building or single purpose building. And the type B is these are two figures from for type B. The left hand side is for West Aceh District Management Agency or BPBD Aceh Barat. It actually for escape building, but then also function as tsunami. So it actually very similar to the Marlene just now about how the museum can serve to educate people or to increase awareness of the community to tsunami. And this is the museum, one of the largest museum that we have right now, but also function as escape building in our city, in Banda Aceh. So this
Sorry,
is...
Professor, 2 minutes left.
Right, thank you. And this is for type C, actually initially not for escape building. Like you can see, this is for shop and the right hand side is for mosque. But then it's modified. You can see that there's a stairway at the side of the shop, so people can run and use the rooftop of the shop and as an escape buildings. And this is also a mosque. You can see that there's the stair over here, so people can run up to the rooftop of the mosque and they can save them. Actually, this mosque is one of the very famous evidence to show about the impacts of the tsunami. I will show you later about this one. So which type then? So in our, what we learned so far, type A should be avoided actually, because they are not efficient and difficult to maintain and operate, and architecturally, they are not really well bounded to local context. I mean, this structure is very big, and the design is very different to the surrounding buildings, and you know, it's quite well, quite different to the local context. And type B and type C is we recommend to use type B or type C, but there are some notes to type C that we need to highlight. We need to ensure that the level of the building is quite high enough for projected tsunami flow depth, and they have access to reach the highest level and can sustain large earthquakes, so that we need to check whether the building quite strong enough to sustain earthquakes, and have agreements with owners or organization of the building. Then these are the features to show the previous mosque that I showed you earlier. So you can see the surrounding were totally damaged and demolished by the tsunami, but only the mosque left. So that's one of the evidence about how this mosque can be used as an alternative escape building. We did actually survey a number of mosques to map the tsunami fragility curve specifically for a mosque. Not all mosques can sustain the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, but we found a number of them could actually sustain the tsunami, like you see. So DS1 or DS0, again, the color is a green over here, and blue. You can see there are a number of mosques can sustain, but there are also a number of mosques that were severely demolished by the tsunami. So these are the comparison between two fragility curves. The left-hand side is fragility curves for mosques, about 200 mosques that we survey, and the right-hand side is the fragility curve that we developed based on the 2018 Mount Anak Krakatau tsunami. So just in general, actually it's quite promising to use the mosque as an escape building, because it can sustain better from the tsunami based on these two figures. Because my time is about to end, so I'm going to conclude my presentation with 3 points. The first one, a long-term tsunami recovery process in Aceh, it tells us about how important to see the local capacity in order to ensure them to carry out or to continue the tsunami recovery process. And it should actually be part of the exit strategy of the official tsunami recovery process in the first place. And then tsunami drills, we also noticed that very limited number of tsunami drills conducted recently. I just noticed that in this year, maybe one school carried the tsunami drills, but others didn't do that. It's quite concerning learning about this. So we suggest this should be part of the regulation of local government. So every school, for example, or every city do that. If they cannot do that once in a year, probably like once in 2 years. So they should do that in order to keep people and community prepared to tsunami. And the last one is, in terms of local context, we suggest mosques to as one of the best options to have alternative tsunami escape building. But of course, we need to ensure the capacity and also the access and also the strength of the building. So that's from my side. I'll return to Dr. Okta. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Professor Samsidik for the very informative informations on the lesson learned during the tsunami recovery process in Aceh. And we come now to the Q&A sessions. For the participant, if you have any questions for the panelists, please add them in the chat. Or if you want to be here, you can use the raise hand feature and just click the raise hand and the committee will open the mic for you. And unfortunately, Ms. Marlene has to leave the meeting, but she already put in the chat. If anyone has a question for Ms. Marlene, please contact her at director@tsunami.org. So, okay. Any questions? And we already received some questions for the participants, and the committee has compiled the questions. Okay, maybe we can start from the first questions addressed to Dr. Prasanti. Could you please clarify a bit more if the current tsunami warning system in Sri Lanka is based on pre-simulated tsunami database or only rely on global or regional or domestic warning and observations information? This is the question raised by Associate Professor Anava Suprasri from IRIDES.
That is actually warning system is in the Disaster Management Center is collaborating with Pacific Ocean Tsunami Center and get the information them as well while issuing the tsunami warning. And basically, Meteorological Department of Sri Lanka is the one who convey the message on the tsunami or the earthquake occurs for Sri Lanka, which is effect to the Sri Lanka. So then only that early warning system is functioning in Disaster Management Center.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanti, for the brief answer. And I think we have another question for Dr. Prasanti. Next slide, please. Okay, another question. What parameter, what we must concern of numerical modeling to make an Indonesian map? This is from Mr. Kilang from Institut Teknologi Sumatera, Indonesia.
What parameters like basically in Sri Lanka, what we have is based on what I show you is based on the measured data, because during just after the tsunami event, we did the survey in Gold City area, and we measured and get some information from the local people regarding the inundation height and the extent of the inundation area that's how that inundation map was built for the coal city, but there are several numerical models which can simulate the tsunami inundation. So in that particular case, we need to generate the tsunami using that earthquake parameters, and we need to have the finer bathymetry and the topography data as well for identify the tsunami inundation to the inland.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Prasanti. I hope it's clear to Mr. Gilang. And the next questions, again to Dr. Prasanti. Based on tsunami's experience 2004 and by considering the potential of Sri Lanka coast, in your perspective, what are the right measures of mitigation that should be implemented today in order to prepare for future tsunami? This is from Dr. Benazir from Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Most importantly, it is the awareness of the event. We need to share our knowledge because now it has happened 17 years back. So most of the younger generation, they don't know. And in the case of Sri Lanka, we don't have several events. We have only one major event to have the experience or to identify the damage or any kind of thing. So we need to share those information to the younger generation. That is what normally now also DMC is doing. They are trying to convey the message and doing several events in each and every year to distribute the message and how to react when something like tsunami has happened in the future. So that is most importantly, we need to share the knowledge and keep on doing the awareness program and not to forget the event. Even though we have only one event, we must keep it in our mind to in order to prevent the damage in the future events.
Thank you, Dr. Prasanti. And yes, the most important thing is to ensure the intergenerational knowledge transmission, yeah, Dr. Prasanti, to ensure that the young generation has a knowledge about the tsunami event. Okay, we go to the next question from the participants. Next slide, please. Okay, this is to Ms. Marlene. Maybe the committee will forward this question. This is from Akbar Indrawan. Should we go to the next questions? This is also the same. So, any questions from the participant? Anyone? Okay. Yes, we have Dr. Teguh Alfi Syahrin here. Please, the committee open Dr. Teguh Alfi Syahrin microphone. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good. I'll say thank you, Okta, for the chance. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the chance to ask questions. Great presentations by all the panelists. My name is Teguh Alfi Syahrin again from Sekolah University, formerly affiliated with TDMRC as well, back some years ago. First question to Liz, actually. Liz, your storytelling presentation is really quite encouraging, especially when we look at the role that it can play in strengthening the community-based preparedness. Now, I understand that in Japan, now there has been some effort to kind of capitalize on the Kataribe, which is the storytellers related, especially to tsunami. Now, I'd like to know how has the effort been organized, especially when we look at there's got to be some standards in storytelling that should be kept in order to have a consistent knowledge passing through generations. So, is there anything that you have done along that line? Also, maybe you can pass on to Ms. Murray on the Pacific Tsunami Museum. Actually, this is an experience that TDMRC had back in 2008. Together, we had a visit by the director, the former director, I think Walter Dudley. We had a little brief interview on the tsunami experience around Banda Aceh and Cibesar. And I understand that they would put the video as a part of the collections of this museum. So I would like to know if any progress been made on this effort as well, and maybe future possibility to reconnect with Asia University, especially TDMRC, in order to strengthen the community-based preparedness and mitigation. Okay, and for Dr. Rana Shinghe, thank you again too. I on the participated part of her presentation actually, but I'd like to know also how the eastern coast of Ampara it has progressed in terms of livelihood recovery and environmental coastal recovery as well, with regard to especially the mangrove plantations. I know that you have done great efforts on that as well. And by the way, we had also interaction with some colleagues from 3 universities of Sri Lanka back in 2009. And we had a visit also with the former director of TDMRC, Pak Dirham. I'm not sure he's here, but anyway, yeah, we had a great visit there at Kandy and Ampara district. So we'd like to know if any progress along that line has been made, and I'm sure that they have, but I'd like to know if anything new or even stronger in terms of the disaster risk reduction effort at community base that you can share with us. So again, thank you for the chance, Okta. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Saiful Alfi Syahrin. Maybe Liz, you want to answer first?
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Alvis. It's great to see you again. And thank you for the important and interesting question. As you mentioned, and the Kataribe, which is a storyteller, traditional storyteller, disaster Kataribe or disaster storyteller activity has really expanded after the 2011 tsunami. It's kind of like mushrooms, like suddenly pop everywhere. There's so many Kataribe. So, and then it's really various. So many are organized through the local government, could be through the city, or could be through the tourism organization, or could be in connection with the museum or facility. And there's also many, many museums and many facilities telling the story. So I think it's kind of ongoing issue or ongoing challenge to think about how to develop the skills of the Kataribe so that they are effective and accurate and telling the important story, but also so their individual voices is coming through. It's my opinion. So some people are really caring about it's scientific, it's accurate or not accurate. But I think for me, I think we need a little bit of balance. Of course, the Kataribe should be correct story, and we need to remember about the purpose, but also I think there's the value of the personal experience coming through. So to answer your question directly, there's no real kind of criteria or rule or policy or training like that, but there are some activities, network activities and regional activities, and some of my colleagues are involved in kind of some programs to help give advice and give kind of skills development for the Kataribe activities. And yeah, in response to your comment, thanks for sharing the information. I think Mr. Walter is still involved with the Tsunami Museum, but I think he's not in Hawaii all the time, but I also had to meet him a couple of years ago. So he's still involved, and he was part of the exhibit for working on the exhibit for the Japan tsunamis. And I'm sure he's also going to be involved in the upgrading the upcoming exhibit related to the Indian Ocean tsunami and Aceh case for that Marlene mentioned is going to happen in 2022. So personally, I think we are really well connected already between IDIDES and TDMRC and Aceh Tsunami Museum and Hawaii Museum. So we keep our friendship going strongly, and we definitely will work together going forward. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liz. And you go to Dr. Prasanti to answer Dr. Alfi's.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Nice to meeting you. Regarding the not only Ampara district, around the country, there were several damages in terms of infrastructure. So even after 5 years or so, most of the infrastructures were rebuilt, and their physical life was back to normal in along the coastal belt because of the various funding and the international and local funding and the support from the different agencies. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures of them in particular district, but that some of them are not only from the Ampara, but in the adjacent district. I have chosen some photographs to show the damages and the how it looks like after the reconstruction process.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanti. And we just received a question for Dr. Shamsidik. Please, the committee. Okay. So the first questions, according to your research, how prepared is Acehese people to deal with tsunami already in the future? And another questions. Next questions. Oh, this is for all the panelists. And after several years, we have passed the post-tsunami phase. What is the most significant breakthrough in dealing with the tsunami disaster? Maybe Dr. Shamsidik, would you please answer these two questions first, and then we will ask Professor Liz and Dr. Prasanti to answer the last questions.
Right. Thank you for the questions. I would like to respond to the last one first. What we monitored along these years, TDMRC been established about 15 years. So we observed that one of the significant breakthrough, there are two things, I think. The first one is about community preparedness. We observed that although there are some people maybe not in a good level of preparedness, but nowadays, if a major earthquake occurred, very few people, even no one, will go to the sea to see if any indicators of the water receding or not, or even if to look into the phenomena when the water receded. They will run away to farther inland or to the higher ground, which is actually a very good point and very good response. So independent evacuation process should be the first one, because you know that there's still uncertainties in related to tsunami mechanism. Although most of the tsunamis occur because the earthquake, but some of tsunami also occur because of landslide. And even very mild tsunami earthquake can still cause tsunami. So if you feel major earthquake or big shaking, ground shaking, so the first one, I think you need to consider to evacuate immediately. So that's what we observed recently in here in Banda Aceh. Even the recent one in Eastern Nusa Tenggara that happened some days ago, when there was a big earthquake there, people respond by evacuating themselves, which is a very good response. Compared to the one that we learned from the 2004, there were very few people running away from the coastline before the first wave attacked the city. most of the people at the time did not realize there will be a big wave coming after big earthquake. So that one of the breakthrough that we observed. The other one is about early warning. Now Indonesia have Indonesia Tsunami Early Warning System. Although this system still very much depending on seismic source or tectonic source of tsunami, or tectonic generic tsunami. But compared to what we had in before 2004, we almost had nothing at the time. So now we have a number of sensors, stations that monitor the water level and also earthquake. So that's very good achievement right now. Yes, there is some critics about that when we learn about the 2018 Palu tsunami and 2018 Anak Krakatau tsunami. But please remember, those two tsunamis were not actually directly generated by earthquake. So they were because of landslide, the submarine and subaerial landslide, which actually gives some limitation to the INATIUS or Indonesian Tsunami Early Warning System that we have in place. The government now are trying to develop more on sensors that can also cope with this kind of issues. Well, let's see how these developing sensors can anticipate or detect the non-seismic tsunamis. So that my response to the last one, and the first one. Can you go back? All right. So yeah, this probably similar to my response to the last one. So our Chinese people now in a very good levels of tsunami preparedness, but we need to be more cautious on the facilities that we have. For example, we still don't have emergency traffic management. So once tsunami warning been released, we will observe many traffic congestion all around the town. So this kind of thing we need to also be cautious with, and we need to develop and modify our traffic management so it can accommodate a sudden peak of the traffic volume because of the emergency situation. So those are my response, Dr. Okta. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Samsidik. And we go to Professor Liz to respond to the last questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think some of my answer is kind of similar to Professor Samsidik, or are related to the same themes. So I think in Japan, in terms of early warning or the tsunami warning, one of the big lessons from 2011 is that the warning was issued for a certain height, like 1 meter or 2 meters or 3 meters. And then because of that, people couldn't respond in the correct way. So the government changed the system. So now when there's a big tsunami, they just say big tsunami. So hopefully that will change. People will be able to respond in a better way, in a more safe way. And then also, community preparedness is also a key issue. And I think both in the case of Japan and the United States, in the place that already experienced the tsunami, maybe it's easier to prepare for the next tsunami because you have the experience. But the bigger challenge is for the place that hasn't experienced a tsunami yet, or as Marlene was saying, experienced a tsunami, but it's already so far in the past that people forgot. So now in Japan, we're expecting a next huge tsunami may happen in the Nankai Trough, or south part of Japan. So there's a lot of focus on preparing there. And also in the United States, in the Cascadia zone, the same region that experienced a massive tsunami in 1700 may experience the next subduction zone, Cascadia subduction zone earthquake and tsunami. And that's really the challenge, to raise awareness in a place with no experience. And so, but maybe one of the hints is that in the Cascadia expected zone, when the big earthquake happened in Japan, that tsunami really inspired people to become aware and think it also could happen in my place. So I think that's maybe an existing challenge, continuing challenge, but also a hint about how we can maybe work together to help address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Liz. And Dr. Prasanti, would you like to respond to the last question?
For the in Sri Lanka, actually, as I said earlier as well, the damages occur mainly due to the unawareness of the tsunami event, because most of the people, when the tsunami occurred, the rundown is there. So many people went to see what has happened to the sea and to witness the show. Most of the people went there to see this unexpected behavior of the sea. So because of that also many damages were occurred and most of them were lost their lives. So most importantly, we need to educate the people regarding such kind of event. Now we have experience, and we need to share the knowledge to the younger generation. And also, even though we have several preparedness measures, we don't know what will happen if the again we have the tsunami event, if we have one event, because it is very rare to Sri Lanka, not like Indonesia and Japan. So we don't have such a opportunity to modify our preparedness measures or improve them, because we have the only one recent event to get the experience. So, but we hope we won't. No, we don't want to get that experience again. But we can at least we can apply such phenomena in our other disasters like flood mitigation and evacuation when the flood is occur. We have several major rivers, and the flood is common in Sri Lanka in rainy season. So if we can use that particular system into the flood mitigation or the flood evacuation during the flood, it will be great. And the same thing we can apply if the tsunami happen in the future as well. So that is my response to the last question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanti. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end part of this first panel. If I may summarize from the 4 panelists today, lesson learned from the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami could be utilized to memorialize and share the knowledge with the younger generations in order to mitigate the damage due to future tsunami. And the role of the Tsunami Museum is also very important in promoting the tsunami education to save lives and to preserve the social and culture related to a disaster. And also it is important to rediscovering old stories to imagine disaster, to enhance our preparedness. That's why we need to collaborate with different kinds of knowledge, including the scientists, historians, educators, and storytellers. And from the long-term tsunami recovery assessment, we learned that it is important to build the local capacity in order to be part of the exit strategy for ensuring a sustainable tsunami risk reductions. We would like to say thanks again to our 4 panelists today for the very informative and interesting presentations, and also to the participants for active participations. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present the certificates of appreciation to our panelists. The first one to Dr. Prasanti Ranasinghe from Lanka Hydraulic Institute of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, Dr. Prasanti. Yeah, we give applause for Dr. Prasanti. And then the second one to Miss Marlene Murray from the Pacific Tsunami Museum, Hawaii. Unfortunately, She already left. And the third one to the Associate Professor Elizabeth Mali from the Irides Tohoku University of Japan. Thank you very much, Professor Liz. And the last one to Associate Professor Dr. Samsidik from Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, Universitas Syah Kuala. Thank you very much, Professor Samsidik. A give applause for Dr. Samsidik. And yeah, before we go to the second panel session, which will be moderated by Dr. Haikal, the committee will show the video for about 3 minutes. And thank you to all the panelists today, and thank you for attending this first panel and over to the MC. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Prasanti.
Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you've never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh, wonderful Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okta and the panelists. We will continue now to the second panel session, moderated by Dr. Haikal Azib Haridi. Allow me to read the CV of the moderator. Dr. Haikal Azib Haridi is a lecturer in the Department of Marine Science, College of Marine and Fisheries at Universitas Syah Kuala. He obtained his doctoral degree in December 2019 at the Institute of Earth Science, Academia Sinica Taipei, within the Taiwan International Graduate Program, TIGP Earth System Science, Academia Sinica, and National Central University, Taiwan. He has a broad interest in Earth system science, particularly related to the subduction zone and or subduction processes, viewed from a seismological approach or observation using seismic wave records. So Dr. Haridi, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Taslia. A very good day. Honorable panelists, distinguished guests, and participants of the webinar commemorating 17th year of the 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami, Mitigation and Preparedness for Sustainable Development Goals. This webinar is broadcast live through Zoom and YouTube channel. You may share, like, and subscribe the TDMRC YouTube channel. Now we begin the panel session 2. I would like to acknowledge 3 panelists for these sessions. We have Dr. Nat Lee Lawat, Dr. Mahmud Riaz, and Associate Professor Anawat Supasri. Before we start the first panelist in these sessions, I would like to remind to our respective panelists that we will have 20 minutes of presentation. I will interrupt if the time shows 2 minutes left. Then at the end, we will have the discussions, questions, and answer for 20 minutes. For the participant, you can ask to the panelists directly by raise hand option by choosing the reaction toolbar located at the bottom of your Zoom app window and choose raise hand reaction symbol. Or you may type down your questions in Zoom app on the chat tool located at the bottom of your Zoom. While for our viewer live on YouTube platform, please write down your question on the live chat. The committee will collect those questions and I will read them as the time allows. Now we would like to invite the first panel for this sessions, Dr. Nat Lee Lawat. I would like to introduce him. Hello, Dr. Nat.
Hello.
Yeah. Assistant Professor Dr. Nat Lee Lawat is the Director of the Risk and Disaster Management Program Graduate School, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. He is also an Assistant Dean for Communications and International Affairs of the Faculty of Engineering and an Assistant Professor in Industrial Engineering of the Faculty of Engineering, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. He is the head of Disaster Risk Management Information System Research Unit of Chulalongkorn University. Before joining Chula Engineering, he was an assistant professor at the International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University, Japan, and a system analyst at the Bank of Thailand. He completed his Bachelor of Science first class honors in Information Technology from Sirindhorn International Institute of Technological, Thammasat University, and his Master and Doctor of Engineering degrees in Industrial Engineering and Management from Tokyo Institute of Technology. He is a regional advisory committee of the Asia-Oceania Geoscience Society, or AOGS, an IEEE senior member, and a member of the Business Continuity Institute, MBCI. His research interests include management, information system, risk and disaster management, business continuity management. Dr. Lee Lawat will present a topic today in Thailand, tsunami disaster risk reductions. You have 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hego. Okay, and like the moderator mentioned, today my topic will be about the Today in Thailand Tsunami Disaster Risk Reduction. And why I put this title, because I want to update what happened starting from 17 years ago and today. Maybe something have been changed and updated and improved. And for today's presentation, I'm planning to take from the 3 published articles that we already published from our lab and our partners to summarize the key sentence and key message about what happened in Thailand. The first article that I will take a look into is the tsunami warning system in Thailand, a part of the reconstruction process after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami that is published in the book chapters of the post-tsunami hazard. One thing that you can see from all of my slides, I will have the QR code, so you can just scan it if you want to know more detail about the part that I'm talking about, because I can only take some key message from the chapters and the articles for today. And the second articles, I will also take a key message from the Today in Thailand multidisciplinary perspective on the current tsunami disaster risk reduction, which is the article that published in the Geological Society special publications. And the last one will be from the 2011 Great East Japan Earthquake and Tsunami, a message from Japan to Thailand, published in the Journal of Disaster Research. Maybe you wonder why I also take the third one here, because today it should be the event related to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. But along the way, during these 17 years, last 10 years, Japan encountered the Great East Japan Earthquake and Tsunami, and Thailand also used some lessons learned from that event to improve our tsunami disaster reduction as well. Okay. So in conclusion, I'm going to talk with you these 3 topics. First, just explain and introduce about the tsunami warning system in Thailand. Then show the improvement of the current tsunami risk reduction. And the last one will be all the lessons we learned from the 2011 Great East Japan tsunami. Okay, starting from the first one, let me give some introduction about the warning system in Thailand first. Yeah, in Thailand, we also suffer a lot of damage like others countries that we enjoy today. In Thailand, 5 provinces, including Phuket, Phang Nga, Krabi, Lanong, Trang, and Ston, are the one who encountered those kind of experience in 2004. And we can say that the Indian Ocean tsunami is one of the triggers that let all of us start to thinking about the development and implementation of the disaster warning system in the country. And we believe that this kind of things will be the part of the reconstruction process after the tsunami that we experienced. Then I'm going to focus on 3 parts of the tsunami warning system. The first one is about the organizational development. The second one is about information sources. And the last one will be about organizational management process. So the first one, after this trigger include all the interests of all organizations in the countries, of course, it will be hard for Thailand to stand alone and work on the instruction and on the implementation alone. Luckily that we had a lot of support from many countries in the world and from many countries in our neighborhood in ASEAN. So we can learn all the technology and have many knowledge from those kind of things, both the hard structure and soft structures. We also start the vulnerability reduction programs, including the mitigation plan and so on. We also have the risk assessment and vulnerability analysis, as well as the land use planning in the countries after the 2004 event. Based on the sources that we use both the domestic sources and the international sources. So we use the sources from all the public agencies, for example, the Thai Meteorological Department, the Disaster Prevention and Mitigation, the Department of Mineral Resources, Hydrological Department, Water Resources, Royal Irrigation Department, Pollution Control Department, ICAT, the Royal Forest Department, and the Department of the National Park. So you can see that it's not only the tsunami, but we also cover other type of the disaster as well when we implement the early warning systems. In addition to those domestic sources, we also use the data from international sources, including like the PTWC, the Japan Meteorological Agencies, the USGS, NOAA, EMSC, MMS, IOC, GFC, GDACS, and others. Then the organization management of this process, we can say that we have main two key actor roles in the process of giving the warning message to the people. One of the two key actors role that I have to say is the warning announcers, which is run and operated by the National Disaster Warning Center, or NDWCs. Currently, NDWC is belong to the Department of the Disaster Prevention and Mitigation, Ministry of Interior. This is an official organization that will receive, monitor, process, and also relay the message to the people in the risk area. The message that the NDWC will provide through all the channels and networks is not only the warning, but also the instruction. For example, if they found that the tsunami is coming, so the instruction will provide, for example, please go to the far area from the beach or from the coastline, and please go to the high area, this kind of things. We also provide not only in Thai language, but also in other 4 languages based on the statistical data of the number of people who use other languages in Thailand. And in terms of the seismic information provider, there are 4 key natural disaster groups in Thailand. We separate the groups into the geological disaster, hydrological disaster, meteorological disaster, and the forest fire. And includes this is we have some subcategory. For example, inside the geological disaster, it includes the earthquake, volcanic eruption, and landslide. The hydrological disaster include the flood, tsunami, storm surge. The meteorological disaster include all the storm. The forest fire is forest fire itself. And how about the way that the NDWC used to broadcast the channels? I have to say that this data is until 2013. So from now on, we have a higher number of the channels than the one that we published before in 2015. There are the channels of the SMS and the fax server. We have, at that time, we had 8 hotlines. We have the TV program. I think in 2013, we had only the 6 public channels, but nowadays we have a lot of more numbers of the public channels in Thailand. And at that time, we also have more than 300 warning towers. Most of the warning towers are located in the risk area, especially at the coastal line in the 5 provinces, but also include in some other area that have the risk from other type of the national disaster in addition to tsunami. We also have the warning box installed at the City Hall in all 77 provinces in Thailand, connect with the National Broadcasting Services of Thailand. In the small local village, they also have the alarm towers and also the local radio devices. We also have 70 terminals of the news center, and the government also installed the GIN, the Government Information Network, in all the related and concerned government agencies. We also have the smartphone server as well as other web EOC for broadcast this kind of the message. And in Thailand, we set the criteria for the tsunami warning based on the earthquake-related parameters. So it's the fixed criteria that will provide something like this based on the area of our scope in the set of the latitude and longitude. So we can provide the information to this kind of area scope and the hypocenters in that area categorized by the magnitude of the event. So we will have, like, for example, warning, advisory, and watch for this kind of situation. Okay, second part, as I told you, the previous paper we published in 2015. Now we have a lot of improvement after that. So based on this article today in Thailand, multidisciplinary perspective on the current tsunami disaster risk reduction will also give you more idea about what happened after that. These articles include the summary of all the effort that Thai people try to reduce the disaster risk based on this kind of situation. So I will talk through the disaster risk management cycle that come from the preparedness to response, reconstruction, and go back to the prevention and mitigation. In terms of the in terms of the preparedness, the tsunami warning system has been developed, that more tsunami numerical simulation also has been researched. Then in terms of response, we have improved the tsunami evacuation sign, improved the manuals and guidelines, as well as the management of the shelters. In terms of reconstruction, the housing recovery, as well as the research on the hotel business recovery has been conducted. And in terms of prevention and mitigation, I will introduce about the public awareness and the media, as well as the education program in Thailand. Okay, start with the preparedness. We believe that from many panelists' talks from the previous section, you already see a lot of the numerical simulation and other type of the research. Of course, in Thailand, one of the model that the government agency use is also the Tsunami that developed since 1995 from Tohoku University, and until now, with the strong connection between the government and the university in Japan, we still keep in touch and also keep developing and updating all the tools. For the warning system, this one is an example of the one warning tower in the Phuket area that we found that it has been installed and currently is still being used in all the country. Maybe you wonder, how can we know that it's still used, still workable, or it's already malfunction? Because they have the test in every week. They will broadcast the national song in order to test that the sound is still working well or not for the warning tower. For the response, many shelters has been constructed and still used, although some part of the surface or part of the construction need to be improved or need to be cleaned due to the let's say, we did not encounter many experience or many event that we have to use it. So the time that we will use this kind of shelters mainly during the drill or some exercises. For the prevention and mitigation, in Thailand, we have many public TV channels, but I would like to talk about one of them, which is Thai PBS. Is the channel that focus a lot on the public awareness on the natural disasters. We had the program called Rusu Pai or Don't Panic in Thailand that will try to broadcast all the disaster-related news and some scoop that will help people enhance their awareness. Also, the left photo show that there was a training that even the news reporter also had to join in order to learn about the disaster education. So in conclusion of the second part, we found that this kind of issues, although it has been improved, but we still found some potential solution that we can move on. For example, by using the technology-based disaster response, we can use state-of-the-art of the GIS and also use the crowdsourcing information to improve more and more for this kind of room. We also think that the evacuation side still play the important role during the crisis. Is to help direct the people to evacuation shelters. Although some side has been broken or need to be reconsidering about the location of the position that they should be posted, but we believe that at this current state, most of the evacuation sites are still put in the proper way. The manual and guidelines, if you go to stay in the hotels in the southern part of Thailand, you will receive this kind of manual in English or Thai language that will introduce you how you should do or what you should evacuate during the situation. Many organizations also start to provide the e-pamphlet in order to let you read from your smartphone and others. We also think that there still need to discover more factors that will influence to the disaster education implementation in Thailand. When learning from other countries like in Indonesia, in Japan, and others, there are still some gaps that we believe we can improve more for the Thailand country. And for the last one, the message from the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. Although it has been passed for 10 years, we would like to summarize what kind of lessons that we can learn. Similar to Dr. Pasantri mentioned, in Thailand, we also organized the World Tsunami Awareness Day according to the initiative in Japan. In Thailand, after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, the National Economic and Social Development Plan established the plan that include the disaster management in our Economic and Social Development Plan. And after the 2011, the term tsunami has been clarified into the more complexity and more complicated than the previous plans. The World Tsunami Awareness Day in Thailand, we had many activities that has been actively organized by many organizations. I will just take some of the examples for today's presentation. The first one, like the Department of the Disaster Prevention and Mitigation, they published a special article on tsunami in 2017 to let the people learn more about tsunami. You may wonder, Thai people know about tsunami or not? Of course, we know about tsunami, but the way how to instruct, how to evacuate after the event, mainly only the local people in the area that has been experienced this kind of thing may know well. But the people in other area that never experienced tsunami or did not have some message passing in the class, it will be hard for them. July Engineering also published infographic posters to introduce what kind of tsunami awareness day is, as well as the warning system in Thailand, like this in Thai language. There were many events and exhibitions. For example, on the left-hand side is the exhibition established by the Tsunami Memorial Museum in Khao Lak. And on the right-hand side, with the partnership with the Japanese government and the AEON, they established the event to let people learn about tsunami during the World Tsunami Awareness Day. In terms of research and development in Thailand, many Thai professionals who learn and did the research in collaboration with Japan and other countries also contribute many articles and research that will change from just the research into practice soon. And some of them is already implemented into some practical application as well. Okay, last but not least, I also would like to introduce another research that some of you may be interested in is an effect of the tsunami to the hotel occupancies, a case of Phuket. We conducted this research in order to learn about the hotel business. After the tsunami, of course, it will be a lot of suffer from the hotels in order to recover and reconstruction their buildings in order to prepare to open and reopen or do some grand opening or whatever. But the period of time is one of the factors that is necessary to be concerned, because if they reopen too fast, maybe the tourists and travelers have not reached the trust of coming back yet. So by checking this research, you will know the way how we study, and we can find a suitable way that we can recover in order to make the occupancy rate come back easily or faster. And finally, as Dr. Heko mentioned, I'm the director of the Risk and Disaster Management Program. I also would like to say that this is also the part of the initiation of disaster education in Chulalongkorn University. We established the Master of Science degree just 4 years ago for let the people learn about risk and disaster management. This program has started 4 years, and we already have more than 30 students who learn from this multidisciplinary program. Okay, I think that is all for me today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nat. You know what? I have write down some key notes of your presentation. It's very nice to see an update of the mitigation and tsunami warning at Thailand. organization, information development is seen from your slide is very advancement and there at Thailand. So we hope that our participants could enhance their information through your presentation. I know a lot of you have the question ready, so please write it down on the chat tool at both platforms on Zoom and also at the YouTube. Thank you very much, Dr. Nat Vidawan.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite the second panelist in this session, Dr. Mahmud Riaz. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Mahmud.
Assalamualaikum. How are you, Dr. Haiko?
Yeah, I would like to introduce him. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Mahmud Riaz is a geotechnological and geoenvironmental engineering specialist. He obtained his PhD on Asian Institute of Technology, School of Engineering Technology, Thailand, majoring in geotechnical and geoenvironmental engineering in 2011. Master degree was obtained from University of Newcastle upon Tyne, United Kingdom, majoring in tropical coastal management in 2004, and also in Center for Space Science and Technology Education in Asia Pacific, CSSTAP, affiliated to the United Nations Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, IIRS India, with remote sensing and geographic information system specialized area in 2004. For bachelor degree, he obtained in Al-Azhar University, Cairo, Egypt, majoring in geology and geophysics. He involved in several professional memberships. They are consultant of Asian Development Bank, environmental safeguard expert, review editor of IPCC 6 assessment report. Also, the moment he is president of Maldivian Coral Reef Society, MCRS. His research focused on geological and geomorphological tsunami hazard analysis for Maldives. So for today's presentation, Dr. Mahmud will present a title of Impact of 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami on the Maldives, a trigger for design enhanced mitigation in Reef Island. Dr. Mahmud, you have 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Haiko, and thank you for the opportunity to take. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen. You can start your presentation.
All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
You can go to the full screen.
Yeah, from the TDMRC, and thank you for the great introduction. I would like to talk today about actually the tsunami impact of the Maldives and the event as a triggering thing for the design enhanced mitigation in the reef islands. So perhaps for those who have already presented my presentation, the figures in my presentation seems very low, will see very low compared to yours, but in the context of the Maldives, it's very high. So please forgive me for that. And I know the disasters of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami related losses and impacts are quite high and very significant in all the countries. And but the numbers are very extremely high. And I was listening to the earlier today when one speaker said that the university has lost a number of students, a number of teachers from the Aceh University, and that those numbers are higher than the total loss of Maldives. So that is the kind of comparison that you will see here. So Maldives, I mean, is very different from the most of the countries here, because Maldives is built out of coral islands. So we have atolls and islands, so they are very different. So I will probably talk on this context in that. So my presentation will focus on the formational characteristics of the islands in the Maldives, and the actual tsunami impact in the country, how discriminative the impact of islands from island to island, and the social and economic impacts. And of course, as part of the of this seminar, is about this SDG and preparedness. And out of that, we'll talk about the design enhanced mitigation in the reef island context, and some of the challenges that we have faced so far. So, Maldives is located in the Indian Ocean, just south of India and Sri Lanka. On the 26th December 2004, we felt the tremor of the earthquake around 6:25, and the tsunami hit the country about 9 o'clock in most of the parts of the Maldives, and the tsunami waves was very different, ranging between 4 to 12 feet in various parts of the country. So this is a very famous simulation that was used those days, and still very effective. And here you see the tsunami impact in different part of the Maldives, in the north, in the south, in the central part, and you can see the tsunami wave height is quite remarkably different. You can see that the tsunami height on the north is higher, the highest, and then the central part, then in the southern part is very low. So, but what the difference was, that the impact was on the impact of tsunami was felt more on the south than the north. So this is the kind of difference that we will see in the reef islands. So when you look in the Maldives, in the coral reef context, we are formed with from atolls, coral atolls. So if you see that the atolls in the Maldives, you can see in the like the continuity of ring, the encircling of the atoll ring is increasing towards south. So that means more enclosed atolls are in the south than the north. And the wave height, of course, was increased in the north, and it was low in the south. But the inundation, even though wave height was higher in the north, but the inundation was also, decreasing in the north than the south. But the tsunami impact was low in the north and higher in the south. So it's totally a different thing, because usually you will expect that if the tsunami wave is higher, then you will have more impact on that part. So this is the thing that the reef islands has brought to Maldives. So I will show you some of the examples here. Just one example. I have published some of these things in some papers, but we'll just for the sake of time, I will short it down for one slide here. In this slide, you are seeing some of the islands that are impacted in the side of where the tsunami was hit. So you can see in different islands, the tsunami was hit in different sides. Some from the northeast, some from the southern side, and some from the eastern and western side. So there is no consistency in the tsunami hitting in different islands. And also the impact is very different. Some islands are not flooded with the tsunami at all, even though they are very close. So you can see here, like this island and this island, these are very close islands, but this island was not affected at all, and this island was totally devastated. And these islands here are not affected with the tsunami at all. And these are the islands that were hit in the tsunami. So this is because of so many reasons. One is, of course, the topography and also the impact of the reef. So one would expect that if you have a very long distance between the island and the reef, you will have more protection. But in the tsunami case, we found that the islands with a long distance between the shoreline and the reef, then that will be more effective with the tsunami. So this is I also have studied this in one of my papers on the influence of topography and geomorphology on the reef islands. So here you can see just how the flooding was there. Some of the islands are completely flooded, some are 50%, some because in the tsunami case where the tsunami came from the eastern side, it is toppled all over. It just covered the whole island and break on the other side. So if it is coming from the eastern side, it's just cross whole island and break on the very small on the western side. And you know, the Maldives is a very low island because the highest point maybe the highest land is about 3 meters. So we don't have high lands. Our average height is about 1.5 meter above the mean sea level. So when the tsunami is of like 1.6 meters, 1.2 meters is hit, then most of the islands will be flooded. So you can see from this the amount of flooding and the amount of inundation in each of those islands in the southern part, in the northern part, in the central and southern part of the Maldives. So these are some of the impacts of the tsunami in various parts of the Maldives. It devastated, even though it's very small, and it has such a big devastation. And for your information, before this tsunami, 2004, Maldivians don't know about tsunami. They never heard the word tsunami. So it was first. It is when the television mentioned about the tsunami, they thought it was a new word created by our president for this disaster. But later on, they understood, okay, there is tsunami. So this is the kind of level of knowledge that we have about tsunami before that. And also, our Maldives was not hit by major disaster before, like this one. So this was like a big shock for the Maldives. So when you look at these numbers, like I said, I warned you, this is very small. I mean, total death in the Maldives was about 82 deaths. I mean, and the missing are about 26. Injured is about 1,300. And displaced home was quite substantial, 15,000. And the damaged building was about 3,000, 4,000. Then evacuated islands are the inhabited islands. We have about 200 islands are inhabited. About of that, 14 islands we have to completely evacuate. And our whole economy is dependent on the resorts and tourism. So we have about 100 and about 10 resorts at that time, and 19 resorts were totally devastated, and we have to evacuate. So actually, the Maldivian, the whole population was affected, but like I said, like I want to, these numbers are compared to yours is very small. So our economy was completely disrupted. The infrastructure, like for a small island nation, we have small, infrastructures that is like harbors, jetties. That is the main access to the island was devastated. So about 40% of the resorts were shut down, and about 50 islands lost their fishing boats. So we have about like 15,000 fishermen, but only 50 boats were lost, and 112 agricultural islands are destroyed, and the farmers. So there was a huge impact. I mean, our fisheries, our tourism is like 70% of the income generator. So about 40%. And that is about 11% of the labor force. So about 20% of the total population is dependent on the fisheries as a major activities. And tourism, of course, it is directly contributing to GDP about 30%, 33%, even more, and indirectly it's about 70%. So these are the resorts, some of the resorts, and you can see here the in the islands we have, like I said, very small, very narrow islands sometimes, and the islands are cut in halves, in pieces. You see, these are 1, 2, 3, 4. This is just one island before the tsunami, so it was cut into smaller parts. So this is the kind of impact that we found in the Maldives. Agriculture, of course, even though it's only 112 agriculture islands were affected, but 73% of the total agriculture was devastated. So the economic impact of this was huge. And of course, when we come to the mitigation and sustainable development goals, which was developed after the, was prepared after the tsunami, because we have like I said before, we didn't have any major disaster. So the disaster management center came to be after the tsunami, the disaster management section, and then now it is a complete new agency for disaster management. So for now, we have for the in the case of tsunami, it is very difficult for us to only focus on tsunami, because we have other disasters, potential disasters that are more vulnerable to us. For us, in case of like the climate change related hydrometeorological disasters are more frequent, and they are very often we feel in some of the countries, of the island. So island resilience and community-based disaster risk management has been started, and there is development of disaster preparation and evacuation plans in almost all the inhabited islands, and some of the schools in Male, and most of the resorts, there are disaster mitigation plans and evacuation plans, and sometimes drills are taking place in those islands. So major thing that is related to the sustainable development is, like, as you know, that the things that is related here is the goal 1 of the poverty reduction, and the goal 11 of the SDG, that is the urban resilience, and the goal 13 of on climate change. So climate change will be the most important thing for the Maldives for the time being, because the frequency of a tsunami is very long, so it will take few, I mean, not as frequent as like Indonesia or other countries in the region. So for the SDG preparation, our poverty level is at the moment at 6.6. That is the international level of $1.25 dollars per day per person. So we have goals for to reduce the poverty by half. So as a part of resilience and preparedness for the disasters, and also
Mahmoud, you have 2 minutes left.
all right, social protection systems and resilience of the poor from the vulnerable to climate change. So, and then the other thing is the urban resilience, and reduce that economic loss from disaster by 2030, and climate action, that is the most important thing. So after the tsunami, we started this, like I said, there is no higher island. So we have this idea of safer island where we are creating higher ground. So this is some examples in Japan. So we wanted to create this kind of thing. So for that, there were some plans to develop islands by using the higher outer reach of the island, and this has some developmental problems, because when you create that kind of island, that might be good for tsunami, but it might be different in case of other disasters such as hydrometeorological disasters, rain, and that kind of thing. So this is the problem that we have in the disaster enhanced mitigation that was proposed after the 2004 tsunami. So with that, I will say that making the higher ground elevation of the outer reach will make islands more vulnerable to other disasters, and the proper drainage system that is also need to be installed in such islands. These are some of the issues, and design should be adjusted and in response to island parameters, because like I said, the island parameters seem to be very important in terms of island protection in the case of Maldives. So in our case, Maldives is more vulnerable for frequent disasters like climate change and hydrometeorological and storms, and so the problem is that the design enhanced mitigation measures may work for tsunamis, for smaller tsunamis, but even though you make the island reach higher, and like earlier speakers mentioned, that the evacuation or the higher buildings, that might also not be very useful sometimes. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you very much. By the way, this is our tsunami monument in the Maldives that was commemorate the tsunami impact in the Maldives. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud. It's very nice to see how the Maldives, very difficult situations. As you mentioned in your presentation, we have different waves coming in to the island, and keep saying that the SDGs development for the #1 poverty reduction and urban resilience and climate change. So I think it's very nice to see how this will work out together for the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Mahmoud Riaz. Now we are on the ultimate section of the sessions. I would like to welcome Associate Professor Anawat Supasri. Or maybe it's difficult for you you can stop share screen. You have Dr. Mahmoud, you can go back to your Zoom. And
All
then,
right.
Okay, you got it. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we are on the ultimate section of the sessions. I would like to welcome Associate Professor Anawat Supasri. Before he start to present, I would like to shortly introduce him. Dr. Anawat Supasri was born in 1983 in Bangkok, Thailand. He obtained a PhD in tsunami engineering from Tohoku University in 2010. After the 2011 Japan tsunami, Tohoku University established the International Research Institute of Disaster Science, or IRIDES, in April 2012. He became an associate professor since then. His research focused on interdisciplinary perspective of tsunami. His research publications received award from Japan Society of Civil Engineering in 2011, 2014, and 2017, Japan Foundation of Ocean Engineering in 2011, and Japan Society for Natural Disasters since in 2013. His international contribution was recognized by the former Japanese Prime Minister, Yoshihiro Nakasone, whom he received an award from 2018. So for today's presentation, Professor Anawat will present about Japanese contribution to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami affected countries. So Dr. Anawat, Professor Anawat, 20 minutes, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for your introduction. Yeah, as the introduction, I'm the only one person from Japan, but actually I'm original from Indian Ocean affected country, and I just realized that the panelists, three of us, well, in the introduction mentioned that I graduated from Tohoku University, Japan, and actually my bachelor in Thailand is actually the same university as Dr. Nat. And for my master, it's from Asian Institute of Technology. It's the same as Dr. Mahmoud Riyad. So that's very coincident. And yeah, so actually I'm very happy that I could see my old friend, also Dr. Prasanti in the early session, also from Tohoku University. And you guys from Banda Aceh are my friends, and I really look forward to have a chance to stay with you again in the future. So today, as I mentioned, as well, ASEAN people in Japan and doing some research, I would like to share my experience and the contribution from Japan to our home countries. So let me start sharing my screen. I hope you can see. And okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, from this screen, you can see a part of simulation, which is the 1 hour after the tsunami. Actually, there are two things that I would like to say about this animation on the scientific way, which is first you can see that you can see white or dark blue in this side, and dark or blue in this side, and this one is the white part. So actually still, of course, in Thailand and some part of Indonesia, we are in the east side, so we can see first the receding waves, right? But so that in Thailand, we still keep saying that before tsunami arrive, you will be able, we can see the receded wave, which is well known in Thailand after that. But if you go to the west, like this section, well, maybe, well, by theory, it should be no such phenomena. So that that's the thing that we try to keep telling people that, of course, if you are in, it depends on where you are. This is one thing. And for example, if you look at this graphic animation, I always use this CG to, of course, Dr. Mahmood also, or others, but I think Professor Samsidik also show similar animation. But you can see that the travel speed is on the east side is slower than the west. Or you can see at 1.5 hours it's arrived Sri Lanka and Thailand about after 1 hour, but actually the distance is different because on the west side is deeper, so tsunami could travel faster. This kind of thing that it's good that we can make use of technology to teach local people or young or students. Yes, so because this is will be the last, I will be the last speakers. I would like to show this some publication that related to me and to other speaker previously. So yeah, so the first half of my presentation will be related to scientific collaboration. Actually, 6 years ago, we have a chance to make one review paper. Yeah, Dr. Mahmood and also yeah, Dr. Prasanti, and from Aceh we have Pak Muzainin help completing this. We have if we evaluate the construction process after 3 years and after 10 years. So yeah, we do like if the construction planning or self-resilient or community or education, how it could be processed. So I think it's great if we could have a chance after this. We aim for like after 20 years, if we could revisit our lessons and tell the world how each country developed or recover or even developed after that. So yeah, and actually, yeah, this paper also received some award from Sri Lanka and also in Japan. And yeah, so I would like to introduce some paper or works that related to our speaker. Yeah, they didn't, maybe they are too shy to present their own research. So I use this chance to just let me introduce. Sorry, this is to be 1995. So yeah, this is her one of her PhD topic study while she was in Tokyo University. So yeah, in this port, Kininda port, where it suffered sedimentation before 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, and then after that, large tsunami, well, positive way helped to wash all the sediment, but still sedimentation process start to happen again. So her study was to study this process using both tsunami simulation, sediment transport simulation, and the ocean wave simulation altogether. And yeah, similar to what Dr. Mahmood has just introduced in one of his paper, actually some years ago, yeah, we have a chance to publish one paper about to evaluate the in tsunami hazard in the Maldives. So I put the title and the link here. So if you would like to see more detail, please try to check. If not downloadable, just let me know. I try to send you the copy. Yeah, and about this, actually, yeah, I also have a chance to visit Maldives one time, and yeah, I could learn the process, how the island country is very difficult to recover as the main economic is the tourists. So to rebuild the town, they have to import all the construction materials from the outside. So that's very difficult. And also by the nature of many small islands, the disaster response from the capital is the help from the capital is very limited from my understanding. Well, today we have a guest speaker from Hawaii. Actually, we also have been conducted this kind of education activities, doing the drill or has a map or other educational materials in Hawaii. And we have a chance to also visit the Hawaii Museum, Tsunami Museum as well. So from now, I would like to mainly introduce our recent activities, of course, with TDMRC and other colleagues and also the UN organizations. So first, this paper, we also, as a first time, we trying to shows the impact from non-earthquake, non-seismic tsunami. Impact to the buildings. We, of course, 2004 is earthquake and ground shaking and tsunami, but we with our team students and other colleagues internationally, we could explore building damage characteristics from non-seismic tsunami, which is lesson from Palu and from Tunda Strait. So yeah, so with the same tsunami height, we can see different damage probability against different types of source of tsunami. For example, in Palu, it suffered both ground shaking and the liquefaction. So that's why even lower flow depths of tsunami, the damage is pretty high, something like that. Or for Sunda Strait, because they only suffer there's no ground shaking or no land liquefaction. That's why the damage is lower compared to other types of tsunami. This one is something like our lessons after 2011 Japan tsunami. We have an idea of multi-layer countermeasure because Sendai is very flat. So we have no mountain nearby, so we have to build many layers. So we have seawall, we have pine trees, pine forests, and highway. So now we built another road, 6 meters, to be another layer to protect the tsunami. So, and with Pak Sam Sidik, we also and others colleagues from TDMRC, we also apply this idea for the elevated road, which is in Aceh, which is the outer ring road, and yeah, for more and evaluate how much the tsunami can be mitigated. So you can see more detail in this publication. For Thailand, we have another research project with Japanese government and some university in Thailand. Also, we also trying to evaluate tsunami impact in Thailand. This is the Patong Beach area, I think, also mentioned by Dr. Nat. He mentioned about the hotel. Yes, this is very dense hotel or tourist area. So if we include the cereal rice, the Indonesian area will be larger and the damage of building will be more also getting higher as well. My colleague present this in the iWest conference a few months ago. And also sorry, I forgot to translate to English. This works also under this project where we focus on these the tsunami deposit in Thailand. That we have a chance to also took many Japanese researchers together with Thai media, that Thai PBS that introduced by Dr. Nat presentation to see how our activities and the process. So you can see the simulation here that the higher sedimentation rate is deposit in the lower in the shallow area, or as you can see here, so that after 1 year the the beach recovery could go very, very fast because most of the sediment deposit in the shallow region. So yeah, so we use simulation and combination between, of course, also at that time, Dr. Nat also helped us to get the digital elevation model or cooperate with local organization for our survey. So yeah, we could do this to explore or explain the process of this using numerical simulation and the field survey. This one, Professor Lismali already explained, so I will just skip. But this is the kind of thing that Japanese government proposed, and yeah, we start this, and there are many activities that has been promoted or continue after this, which I would like to share you from now on. Yeah, these are examples that we have been involved with the UN related project. Of course, not only Indian Ocean tsunami affected countries, but also other countries in the world. For example, this one, the World Tsunami Museum Conference. Now we also have represented same Marlene from Hawaii, and yeah, some of us from Irides, or we have also Pak Musin here, Musainin here. Yes, so yeah, so we organize this kind of museum. I think we also have after that in 2018, I think we also have the from Mandajan Tsunami Museum as well. So this kind of thing, we're trying to discuss, or what is the role of museum to convey this kind of memory or experience to the future. And we also established the World Global Disaster, or this one, Center for Disaster Statistics, to trying to collect disaster related data like number of deaths, damage, etc., so that we could be able to evaluate our activities if the number of damage or casualty will be reduced under the Sendai framework of disaster risk reduction, that's FDRR, and other kind of trainings or scientific meeting that we have been involved. For this report, the 400 years is actually shown here. As you can see here, for our age, we have direct experience of large tsunami, more than 2 meters, only in this 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami and 2011 Japan tsunami. So, but if we take a look at other events beyond our direct experience, we could see many tsunami, large tsunami. For example, the one that Professor Lismali has mentioned in 1700, for example, or other tsunami from the South America or in Lisbon. This actually is happened, but it's not happened in our direct memory or experience that we should be prioritized or strengthen the awareness. This is just the explanation of the Global Center for Statistics that but that actually Indonesia and some of the, I think Sri Lanka also, they are pilot countries that we would like to start, that we already start to collect some the data. With UNDP, I have a chance to help preparing some like evacuation drill planning in schools, or as a Japanese government, they are a main support UNDP this project for the school preparedness tsunami. They have been conducting tsunami drills in many schools, and they use our simulation results or some document to prioritize the school that to be conducted. Since last year, we had an impact from the COVID-19. So as a UN, both UNDRR and UNDP, we help them to conduct this guideline, so that how to manage the evacuation shelter during the COVID-19. For example, how to split people, not to concentrate, evacuate in the school, but to other areas, or how we make the layout of the evacuation center, how to split people, how to make the registration desk, something like that. I think, yeah, this is my last slide. As Dr. Nat has mentioned, since early this year, I have a chance to invited by the Thai PBS, the official TV program in Thailand, to share disaster information from Japan every week. So yeah, so that is one thing, and this is the picture that we took, Japanese professor together with the Thai PBS team in the local island where we study about the paleo tsunami deposit. And last but not least, we also trying to help. We are keep helping the Tsunami Museum in Khao Lak, Thailand, where to improve their exhibition. And currently, we are trying to summarize our scientific research, try to simplify our scientific research to be a simple process, so that tourists or local people can understand the process of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami and the future threat. So I have no conclusion slide, but yeah, again, as I mentioned, as ASEAN people in Japan, I would like to keep helping or contributing what Japanese technologies or activities or whatever, trying to convey back to our home countries. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Anawat Spasli. It's very nice to see your presentation today showing how the scientific collaboration and effort from the Japanese government also for the World Tsunami Awareness Day, and already described some of the effort for the tsunami guidelines during the COVID-19. I think this is a very new information for all of us. Well, now we are entering our discussion sessions. If any of the participants want to ask directly to the panelists that we have today, you can just raise your hand, and I will ask the committee to open your mic. Or you have a question that you want to type into the chat message of the Zoom or YouTube live stream. I think we already received a number of questions from the committee. Maybe committee can show some of them. I think they still preparing some. Yeah, I don't see any raised hand from the participant. Okay, now we have the questions. So the question number one from Dr. Mahmood from Professor Anawat Supasri to Dr. Mahmood. Okay, do you consider impact from tsunami separately or together with sea level rise in the future? What do you think about this coupling problem?
Thank you for this question. I think we should consider both together because it can't be separated. Because definitely with the climate change and sea level rise, the wave height of the tsunami will be increased, and that has to be considered very seriously. And and also with the climate change related increase in sea surface temperature and the degradation of the coral reef, the wave absorbing capacity of the coral reef will be decreased. So this will have impact on the tsunami itself and how it will affect. So we need a healthy reef. We need a healthy reef. We need to consider that as well in the tsunami simulations in the Maldives, because this is very important. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hope
thank
that
you so
answers
much.
your
Yeah, can I
Yeah.
just add something? Yeah, I asked
Sure,
because
yes.
like in Japan, sometime we like after 2011 tsunami, we know that we underestimate the earthquake in the west of Japan. So we reevaluate the source of the earthquake in the west of Japan from magnitude 8 point something to 9, similar to 2011. But of course, the simulated tsunami height will be much higher than previous. And in the previous plan, we think that this school will be safe, this hospital will be safe, but from the new estimation, they will be no longer safe. So sometime, I mean, how say, it's kind of difficult for the local planning. Maybe like, okay, if in that sense we just give up, or how we can maybe think things separately, or yeah, how to do something else. Like we already fixed the place for evacuation, how we can still make use of that, even the estimate tsunami is higher, something like that. So yeah, that's why I would like to see your opinion. Well, anyway, thank you so much.
I would like to ask a little bit more about the Maldives. You said in your presentation you have the redesign or design enhance of the coral atolls or the islands. How is this? Is it sustainable enough? I mean, as Professor Anawar also mentioned, that Maldives need to bring all of the material from outside to your country. I mean, it's very costly. So do you think this investment is in the right path of this sustainable development goals, or do you have any other opinion about that?
Well, that's a very good question. Actually, it's a very big dilemma for the Maldives because you can't keep on investing all your money to just for building a wall, and the wall is not the answer for even the tsunami, and even for the climate change, because we have to think all together. So the thing is, it's extremely expensive. One breakwater we had in Male, the capital island, one breakwater which was developed by the Japanese people, kind assistance. It cost like 4,000 meter per $4,000 per meter. So you can imagine if you are putting if you are putting breakwater all over those islands, that is prohibitive cost. It's not possible. It's not sustainable, and we also need money for other developments. So definitely, we need to see a natural way of coping with these things, and we need a natural sort of adaptation strategies from all these that will go with our island nation. And for the tsunami is an extreme event. If a reasonable tsunami comes, even though we build at the moment, our standard is like 2.4 meter above the mean sea level. That is the normal recommended height because of the sea level. But if the tsunami, then it has to be higher. So that is very difficult, and we don't know, because that tsunami is the tsunami in 2004 was something very deep, but there might be bigger ones. So then in that case, of course, that is very difficult.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. So maybe we can continue to the second questions to Dr. Mahmoud as well. As an archipelagic country, how do people in Maldives preparedness to tsunami hazard? Also, as we see that most islands in Maldives is located very close to sea level, how vulnerable is Maldives to chance of tsunami? I think part of these questions already answered from the first questions. But if you have any additional information that you want to add for these questions?
Well, for the preparedness part, I think the second part of the question is already mentioned. The height of the island, of course, it's about 1.5 meter above sea level. But for the preparedness, since the 2004 tsunami, there has been a lot of effort to prepare for not only tsunami, for disasters, because tsunami is a very rare event. But in the Maldives, the most common is the hydrometeorological disasters. So in that we have preparedness and mitigation measures for the island level, and also like district and higher schools and building level. So that is going on, but unfortunately, the development part is not considering some of the natural factors that I showed in my slides about the way the wave was approaching, the distance between the reef and the island. That kind of parameters are not taken into account for the planers. So that will be a problem in case of the natural disasters, because in so many cases, like we have a lot of line reclamation, because our islands are very small. We need larger land area. So there is like flooding that happens from the rain, or flooding from the waves. So that kind of preparation is also needed in the islands.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Tursina to all panelists. Would you please share the experience from your country on conducting tsunami drills during the COVID-19 pandemic? Maybe Dr. Nat Lee Lawat could share first.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have to say that before the COVID-19 in Thailand, we had many events that we planned to set, including like the marathon during the World Tsunami Awareness Day at that time. But unfortunately, most of the event has to be canceled because the lockdown policy of the country, as well as the local government policies. So until now, there was no official evacuation drill since last year. Therefore, currently, what mainly we can do in terms of disaster education is probably through the online channels and through some documentation. For example, like Professor Anawat mentioned, those kind of the Thai translated instruction about how to do. This is one of the methods and media that we can use throughout the COVID pandemics.
Okay, maybe from Prof. Anawat, you have any comment on the Tursina questions?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I have to also answer because I talk about this during my presentation.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, in the guideline, if you check the guideline, we have also introduced the one example of Japanese example in that guideline with the reference, I guess. So yeah, but I can explain a little bit. So I think during COVID-19 we have no such like this is a drill for, disaster drill, tsunami drill plus COVID-19, but it will be more on disaster in general, not tsunami, but disaster drill under COVID-19. And as far as I know, as Japanese is very they like technology, so they try to use their technology. For example, during the disaster drill, they when people arrive the school or whatever the place, they use the camera to detect the face, like, okay, to count number of people, or to detect if this is the age, or like if people if they are close together for more than 5-10 minutes or something like that, and there can be some kind of alarm or kind of notification to the manager, something like that. Or of course, until the shelter, they use the ICT, like mobile application or something, to guide people where to go. But this is not about the COVID-19, but they apply the current technology, and then another technology that could help to manage the shelter during the COVID-19. Yes. And of course, we have the guideline for that.
Yeah. What about?
Sorry, and one thing they
yeah.
also mentioned, the sentence that's mentioned in the guideline, not only from the my guideline, but also other UN guideline. It said that the priorities of evacuation from tsunami should be higher than, or the most important than, the like to stay home direction or lockdown under COVID. I mean, yeah. It is
the
better
higher
to
priority to evacuate first.
Yeah, it's still better to get COVID than lost your life because of tsunami, something like that.
We still have chance. We still have second chance.
So then
some people
they
could
try
survive
to say,
COVID-19. I think
so
that
that's
is
why
the idea.
that's why they encourage, okay, if there's tsunami warning, you have to evacuate, but before that you have to check if you need to evacuate or not. Check your hazard map first, and then if you have to go, then you prepare for mask, for the hand gel, etc., and just think about the main countermeasure for COVID-19 during evacuation. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Great option for us. What about at Maldives, from Dr. Mahmood? You are really impacted not only from the tsunami, but also, as you mentioned, 70% of your GDP is from tourism. COVID-19 is a very difficult situation now and everywhere around the world, but I'm pretty sure Maldives will be impacted a lot. I couldn't mention how if it combined all together with the tsunami. What about your opinion?
Well, we didn't actually had any tsunami drills during the pandemic, like Anawat was mentioned, because I think we had some COVID-19 related drills in that case. But for the tourism, of course, we had very big impact. But I think Maldives is the best recovering country in the world now, one of the best, because we have opened the borders some time back, and we have very stringent guidelines for vaccination. We have already taken. We are now in the booster shot at the moment. So most of the resorts have very stringent guidelines, and so our resorts at the moment are full almost because of the Christmas and New Year celebrations. We had impact lot, but we are recovering very fast in the tourism sector.
Hopefully this COVID-19 will disappear from the world, so we can eventually meet each other for next year's meeting and conferences, hopefully. So I think we are at the end of our sessions for today, Q&A and panel session. Before we end, I would like to acknowledge our honorable panelists today. First is Dr. Nat Lilawat, a certificate of appreciation from the committee for you. Thank you very much for your participation in our webinar today. And then for Dr. Mahmood Riaz. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmood. And for the last but not least, Professor Anawat Fasli. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So by the end of this session, I would like to, as a moderator, I would like to apologize for any shortcomings, and I wish to see you sometimes in the future on the other events, hopefully live without using this Zoom app meeting. So I would like to give back the floor to Master of Ceremony, Ms. Taslia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hariri. We have reached the end of our webinar. Before we close the event, let us listen to the closing remark delivered by the head of TDMRC, Universitas Syekh Kuala, Associate Professor Dr. Samsidi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello again, everyone. Now my turn to again congratulate for the successful webinar, international webinar, and thank you to all the panelists. First, Dr. Prasanti Ranasinghe, Marlene Murray, Professor Elizabeth Mali, Professor Dr. Nat Dilawat, Dr. Mahmoud Riaz, and Professor Arama Supasri. Also thanks to moderators, Dr. Rina Suryani Okhtari, Dr. Haikal Azif Haridi, and especially to our chairwoman of the international webinar, Ms. Juliana Pisaini and her crew. Thank you so much. Yeah, this half day of international webinar is very insightful and meaningful to all of us here. In coming days, we are going to commemorate the 17 years of the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. We still remember how sad we were at the time when we lost more than 100,000 people suddenly. And some of us probably lost their families, their loved ones, and their belongings, and others, not to mention about psychological effect of the event that still lasted until now. So we would not forget about that, but please also at the same time prepare for future tsunamis. Probably we never expect the tsunami in the future, but we need to anticipate. I remember one researchers mentioned that if your country or your cities has been affected by tsunami, that probably in the future another tsunami will come. But when and how big will the tsunami, no one will know exactly about that. But the best thing that we can do is to anticipate. In related to the topic of today's webinar about sustainable development goals, one of the goals in goal 11, in the indicator of 11.5, it mentioned how then we need to reduce the number of deaths and the number of people that are affected by disasters. So one of them is to disseminate ways to mitigate and to be prepared from future disaster, including today's we talk about how to mitigate and to increase preparedness in related to tsunamis. So that's what we need to think about and to consider in our future actions. And I believe that what panelists have presented and what we discussed today is very meaningful, because we have some information from very different countries that what we are staying right now in Japan, in the United States, in Maldives, and Thailand and Sri Lanka, and here in Indonesia. And from this different perspective, I believe we can enrich our knowledge and we can increase a better preparedness of our community and our regionals and our region. So on behalf of our research center, Tsunami Disaster Mitigation Center, Research Center, thank you a lot for all your participation and for all the organizers that who've been working for some time to prepare this event. Thank you again for all your efforts. And next year, we hope that we can also facilitate and conduct the same event. And like the last moderator said, Dr. Hekal, we expect that in the future, we can meet you in person. Yes, this online atmosphere is kind of interesting for some time, but if we we have been doing this for almost 2 years, well, we miss something. One of the things that we miss is meeting you in person. So we hope that the COVID-19 will disappear very soon and this work will become safer again. Thank you again. And officially, I close this international webinar. Thank you so much. And I return to this to the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samsudi, for the closing remark. We will now end the event as the Master of Ceremony. I would like to thank all the panelists, moderators, and participants who have joined the webinar. We hope that you enjoy the webinar and find it insightful and benefit from it. We will see you again in next year's webinar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank
you,
everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ada video lagi.